Hello, everyone. While we're waiting for people to trickle in, I just got to do some quick tests to make sure everything is working properly because I know if I don't, it won't. Yep, looks like YouTube is working. As is Kick and Twitch. So I think we are. Oh, shit, no, do. Why does the audio play in the dashboard? Okay. Now let me just pull up the various chats on my other monitor so that I know exactly what I am doing. One more missing. There we go. Okay, so hello everyone. Welcome. For those of you who have not seen this before, which granted it's only been once so far, this is a live analysis series of Mushoku Tensei. I really like Mushoku Tensei a lot. I have for ever since I read the books, and it's been a very interesting experience trying to... Oops, better fix that. Okay. And it's been a very interesting experience trying to watch the anime coming from the books. I do like it a lot. You know, it's not perfect, but I do like it. So, new things this stream is I got combined chat working for the most part, so everyone except Twitch will be able to see all the chats on screen. Unfortunately, Twitch TOS does not allow that. And last time we were able to get through episodes 1 through 3. I would have liked to get through episode 4, but it took too long. Because the 4th episode is the end of where Volume 1 is adapted, and structurally, it does more... Well, what the fuck was that? I don't know. And structurally, it's a good break point, just because the way Mushoku Tensei works on a structural level is the first 2 volumes are the prologue to the series as a whole, and the first volume works to introduce both the world, of course, and the baseline things that are going on, but it also introduces Roxy and Sylphie and gives them short but important arcs to kind of establish themselves in Rudy's mind, at which point then it moves on to Eris, where they have her introductory arc, which is longer, and then a full arc afterwards. But they wanted to introduce Sylphie and Roxy early on so that they can impress themselves onto Rudy and become important figures. So, with all that being said, I would say we just get things started with episode 4. And of course, if anyone hasn't seen last week's, I'm going to be pausing a lot. I'm going to be talking a lot. That's just kind of how we do things here. Okay, so one thing we were talking about a lot last week is that with Mushoku Tensei, a lot of what it likes to do is tonal shifts. And we saw it again, that's why I would have liked to be able to do all 4 of the first 4 episodes in one sitting, but unfortunately, 5.5 hours later, it just didn't work out that way. But in episode 3, that was the scene with the one that had Sylphie and the stripping, where it started out with a really happy scene and then a really awful, horrible scene where Rudy feels like shit. And they're doing the same kind of thing here. There's going to be another big tonal shift. Of course, this is the emergency family meeting episode. If you've read the books or seen the show, you know what's about to go down. And it starts out almost sickly sweet. And I noticed that same kind of thing in the books, where they're all happy because Zenith is pregnant. They're about to have another kid. And I don't think they mention it in the anime, but in the books, they mention that Zenith had trouble with conceiving and that Rudy was practically a miracle on his own. Because, the first time they fucked, he happened. And then she just couldn't get pregnant ever since until Norn. And then they even have the flute music going on. They're not doing quite the same thing with colors because, it's still, you can see they got a dark background. So it's not as bright as a happy scene normally would be because this series loves to use lighting and colors to flavor the tone of a scene. But yeah, it's gonna shift. Yeah. And the scene even ends with them laughing. That's just kind of almost stereotypical, just like sitcom type of thing. And okay, so this is another one where I am a little disappointed because the anime did not showcase Lilia's introduction the way they did in the book. Because in the books, Lilia had a dedicated chapter to her. Literally the second chapter, like right after Rudy was reincarnated, there was a chapter about Lilia. And I think that the anime not including that really robs a lot of what she is as a character. Because she starts out stoic and traumatized, basically. And she has basically suppressed all of her emotions in an attempt to kind of keep herself from suffering the same kind of pain that she felt at one point. Oh shit. Sorry about that. So Lilia is very stoic, and the anime doesn't really show that. So when reading the books, the part of this scene here and the coming scenes in general is kind of the time when Lilia's stoicism kind of breaks, but you don't really get a sense of that's who she is in the anime. She just seems like a pretty standard, almost personality-less, dutiful maid. And she's more than that. She has a lot going on, and I think especially towards the end when she gets emotional after Rudy helps her, it just doesn't hit the same if you don't know what she's all about. But I still do like how they start off the scene where she says, "I'm terribly sorry, I'm pregnant." Because even without knowing, you know exactly what's going on. It's great storytelling without explicitly revealing what is going on. And again, in the books, you kind of knew that Paul was already kind of going after Lilia a bit. It wasn't explicitly stated, but it was strongly implied. Here it comes as a complete blindside. Okay, so I really like that cut right there. I love how they don't actually show the slap, which was the same in when Paul slapped Rudy in the previous episode. But one thing that's great is when there's important moments in visual storytelling like anime or general TV or movies, it can have a lot of impact if you don't show an important event or important action, but instead cut to someone's reaction to that action. And this one is great because it cuts to Rudy, who he's just processing everything. He can't even, he has no reaction to what's going on. He's kind of lost in his own head. And I love how he just doesn't even flinch, even as the air from the slap knocks his hair away. And it's great because, I don't think the anime does this as well as the books, But this is an important moment for Rudy where he realizes, holy shit, I don't want to be playing the field like Paul because I see how much pain it causes, and a big part of Rudy's motivations are to not hurt the people he cares about. So, yeah, this is a pretty good reaction. And also, I have to once again say, one of the things I do like the anime about the anime more so than the books is Zenith's character, because in the books she's much more noble and refined, kind of reserved, calm, very warm and loving, but not very animated. I think the anime version of her, which is all happy, bubbly, excitable, kind of silly, I think that fits what her character is going for a bit more, especially when it comes to emotional moments like this. Whereas instead of her normal talkative self, she goes dead silent except to hit Paul. And you'll see even later she lashes out, which does not seem in character for her, but that contrast really highlights who she is. Excuse me. Sorry, those are my notes. And yeah, so another thing is I do like the openings, how they've been showing actual storytelling while the OPs are playing. And I really like what this one does here. Give it a second. Yeah, the fact that they're all just sitting there processing is, ooh, it is unnerving. Like, I really think this is excellent storytelling right here. Although, again, we don't really see what Lilia here is all about. Although we can all, yeah. Again, the fact that nothing is happening during this OP, but everything is happening. Oh, I appreciate it. Okay, this is an interesting thing that it did differently than the books, because, and I'm not sure I really like this. I don't know if they could have done it differently, but the way it worked in the books is that this element of things, hey, how you doing? Good. Sorry, I didn't see your chat. My chat was a little bit covered. My bad. All right. Yeah, thanks for joining in. So this section of the entire story, the part about how the journey is going to be difficult for Lilia, how it could be dangerous to her and the child, that was kind of left unsaid in the books. Hello to you too. Sorry, cat's in the way, but I think the fact that it lets yes, I've read the light novels, I've read all of them. I haven't read any of the side stories or Redundancy or Old Dragon's Tale yet, but I have read the main 26, and I've watched up through episode 8 so far. Yeah, but I liked how the books had this as a kind of I like how they made the danger something that was unsaid, but it was revealed to the reader because Rudy was narrating the scene. And I kind of like the idea of having the danger be kind of this unspoken implication. And again, I don't know if they could have done it any differently. They could have had Rudy narrate this, but yeah. I don't know. I think I've harped on enough about this. Yeah, I plan to read Redundancy sooner or later. And again, that's another reason I like Zenith's anime personality as opposed to her book personality. I know I'm talking about it a lot, but it's one of the few things that I think the anime does better. And it's that, yeah, her very happy, bubbly personality is contrasted when she gets really pissed. So it just heightens the emotion. That's one thing about writing is that contrast highlights things. Not even just writing, even in like art. Like if you look at even like a YouTube thumbnail, that they'll put light colors against a dark background and vice versa. So yes. And I agree. Yeah, the atmosphere definitely does sell the tone without dialogue. That's one advantage that a visual medium like anime, TV, that kind of thing has over text-based media, where it can tell these stories without saying anything. And that's why, and I did highlight that in the OP of this episode in particular. I think that was done expertly well. Really did a great job emphasizing the holy shit moments that all of them had. And it's also interesting that they chose to have Rudy not as knowledgeable about the dangers of the world, because I know they did. That was the first introduction to the fact that slavery exists in the light novel there. But again, else, although it did, I guess, save me from a rant because I am a little bit annoyed by the slavery system in Mushoku Tensei. It doesn't really make any sense when you really think about it, and it feels like something that just kind of exists for the sake of furthering the narrative. But we'll eventually talk about that when it becomes relevant. Okay, so this is a great moment to talk about another aspect of Rudy's personality that has not been super clear yet. At least not in the anime. It does it a little more in the books, but Rudy, because he's still completely a broken person, he doesn't understand people, he doesn't process his emotions properly, he just doesn't function yet. And one of the ways this manifests is that he can't quite get a grasp on morality. He can't figure out when he's doing something, the fact that he just wants to do it because it's the right thing. It's just completely alien to him. And one of the ways this manifests is that when he wants to do a good thing, he comes up with excuses for it. And in this case, it's transactional. He has this idea that the nice things he does are either to pay back something nice done for him or as payment for a future nice thing. And so he wants to help Lilia because he knows he doesn't want her to die. He doesn't want the kid to die. He thinks that it would be wrong to just let them do it. Yes, and he's still very much a child's mindset. And something I mentioned a lot last stream is that with Rudy, he tends to emotionally age roughly in line with his new physical age. So it's a little bit symbolic on top of actually, just being a representation of how he is as a character. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where I don't think he really stands to gain all that much from saving Lilia at this moment. Yes, there's the stuff he's bringing up, which is the fact that she does take care of things around the house. She does do things for him because that's quite literally her job. But I mean, I think just something deep in him. And again, another thing I mentioned last stream was that he has a very strong sense of justice and anti-bullying. he doesn't quite understand those feelings either. But like he knows it would be wrong to send Lilia out to just die, even though she definitely fucked up. But he can't kind of frame it that way. So he's like, she does good things for me. I'm going to pay that back. And then, there's a little joke they throw in there for, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't come, yeah. If volume 12 is when he becomes like an actual like legal adult, I don't remember. There are 26 volumes. It's hard for me to remember what happens in any specific volume, like because none of them have names, so it's just volumes 1 through 26. But yeah, I feel like the time he becomes an adult is after reuniting with Sylphie. Like that's when he starts to really pull himself together and become. Basically, he went from negative 100 to 0 at that point, and now he can go from 0 to 100. Yeah, yeah. I love the little flute melody in the back, kind of making it kind of goofy. Okay, so this is another interesting choice that completely changes the flavor of this interaction, I think. Is that the fact that she immediately denies having been coerced. Because in the books, she's just kind of standing there shocked at what Rudy is saying and doesn't answer at all. Whereas here she's saying, no, this is not true. And we do know that Zenith kind of takes this as her own excuse to do the right thing and not kick Lilia out by kind of immediately justifying it. Yeah, that is true. It is a shame that they skipped that admission because I think that was a kind of important moment in the books. Although the fact that they changed it up here to make it really obvious that Zenith knows that Rudy is bullshitting and she's just choosing to interpret it that way so that she can do the right thing and still kind of save face. So it does kind of cover for that omission in that sense. But I still think I kind of like, again, I kind of like the less obvious, or I shouldn't say less obvious. I think it was still pretty obvious what was going on in the books, but it was less in your face there. But I don't know. It's not. It doesn't ruin the scene or anything. Yeah, yeah, and that's another thing. Is that's another thing with his transactional mindset. That is, this is an interesting case because the transactional mindset I feel was a little bit more developed in the, at least in this scene in the books, because it started out with Rudy saying, "Oh, Paul helped me with Sylphie. I'm going to pay that back by covering for him," and saying, and basically convincing Zenith that somebody else must be the father of that child. And then Paul fucks that up by immediately saying, "Yeah, no, it's mine." And that's what, and then Rudy shifts to, "Sorry, but I owe Lilia more." So it doesn't quite, they're kind of hinting at that here, but they're not actually, they didn't actually do it. Although I do also like how they did this part right here where she's just, pushing her more and more and more until she finally gives in. I think it sold it a little bit better than it did in the books. And again, that moment right there, I feel like here. Oh, there we go. Let me see. Let me make sure I pause it at the right point. Yeah, right there. This would be so much more impactful if they didn't skip over Lilia's introduction. Because I think that was important just to show her mindset. You don't even need the information from her past life and, well, not her past life, but her past experience in employment, what she was doing before she went to the Grey Rats. But the fact that she had this really weird, logical, emotionless take on life, I think it sets up the fact that this scene just kind of completely broke her, that this was the first time she really showed any emotion in the entire series. And it's when Rudy kind of sticks his neck out to protect her. And that, I think, it colors her entire character arc moving forward, where she uses this moment. And I don't think the anime mentions this at all. No, I think it does. It's been a bit since I watched this, but yeah, well, that was part of it. I mean, there was the fact that she thought he was cursed, but also the fact that she just has this very emotionless attitude towards everything. So like in the books, she took the poisoned dagger and that's ended her career as a bodyguard. And so the royal family just kind of threw her out. And she's like, yeah, it makes sense. I can't really do my job anymore. It makes sense they should just toss me on my ass. I'm glad they didn't kill me. Whereas other people would be like, that's fucking bullshit. And she just kind of navigates this way the entire time until, and then eventually Rudy does freak her out a bit. Although, I don't know, I have my own opinions about what that means. I think it's probably wasn't an accident that her first display of any emotion was when she thought Rudy was cursed. But I don't think it's a mistake that Rudy is what makes her show emotion. But this is her first, like, real display of emotion. And it was from Rudy doing her a kindness. And it just doesn't hit the same if you don't know how she thinks. Because I found this to be, like, an extremely powerful part of the book. Yeah. Yeah. I will also say the anime I don't think handled early Paul super well, just because there's definitely, I don't think he's a terrible representation. Uh, that I don't think that's right, because what I remember is, because again, like recently well, not recently, it was a couple months ago now, but I really just dissected the first volume, and I made a 5-hour video on it. And what I remember from that chapter is that she took the dagger and was kicked out, and she decided that she didn't want to work for other nobles because she felt that she would get caught up in political machinations because of her previous experience with the royal family, and said, I don't really want to put my neck on the line for somebody else's ambitions. So, and then she just kind of went far and wide. It was hard to find somebody who could pay her what she was worth while also being far enough from the city to not kind of get caught up in things. Okay, but what I was saying before is with Paul, I think, he's a very interesting character. I think he's very, very flawed. but that's I'm not explaining this correctly. So Paul has a lot going on, and I think a big part of it is, he had a pretty terrible childhood. Not a terrible childhood, but he had conflicts. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, so he had conflicts with his own father, and he used that as a way of wanting to be a better father for Rudy. I don't think it mentioned it in the anime, but in the books, one of the key lines he said is, "When Rudy was born, I swore I'd never be a father like mine." And that was a very important part, and it showed a lot of his positives before it then goes to this scene where you see one of his major negatives. But in the anime, it doesn't do a whole lot, I would say, to reinforce his positive side before showing the negative, which is that, he cheated on his pregnant wife with the maid and got her pregnant. So he kind of just seems like an asshole here, even though he's a lot more of a mixed bag than that. Yeah. And again, the fact that Lilia is crying doesn't hit the same way in the anime because you don't know that that's just not something she would normally do. Yeah, and again, this scene doesn't quite hit the same as well. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Look, that's one thing about me is when it comes to names, both in real life and in fiction, I'm not usually the best unless it's part of like the main cast. So like yeah, that's just something that escapes me a lot of the time. So I'm rant. So okay, yeah, I'm probably gonna forget that within an hour. But yeah, so this scene again is one of those things where if you don't know Lilia's stoic nature, the fact that she was kind of overwhelmed by her lust doesn't really hit as well as the fact that she's kind of the one who made the first move on Paul. Because again, that just wouldn't seem like it's in character, so it adds a bit of depth to how she is. Yeah, I had to be very careful not to make sure nothing TOS slipped through because and that was the thing that kind of I got jump scared when I was watching these because I pre-watched these in preparation for the for the stream because I think I work better when I have notes and thoughts in my head and kind of know what I'm gonna say. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't know that because I know in Volume One he just mentions it as his father. So okay, that makes sense. I feel better now that I know it's something that I didn't read. I know I was saying something. I don't know. I completely lost it. Yeah, that's true. Fresh memory definitely helps. Okay, and I will take a moment to brag here a little bit. One thing is when I was making my volume 1 video, I remember going on a tangent about when she thought he was possessed and in the books it uses the term possessed by a demon. So I was very curious as to because I know that demon is translated there are 4 words in Japanese that translate to demon and what they use for the demon race or the demon races in Mushoku Tensei is not like the what we think of in English when we say demon. They're using the word mazoku, which is basically fantasy race demon. And there are 3 other words that translate to demon as well: yokai, oni, and akumu. And I remember speculating that it was akumu that was the word that they were using when it was talking about demonic possession. And hearing it in the dialogue here kind of confirmed that. So I feel very vindicated. So I figured that the weird wording was probably a translation issue. So I just had to take that minute to self glaze a little bit. Yeah, and okay, so there's a couple things here. For starters, it's another translation thing. Is the fact that she calls him Master Rudius. It's one of those things where since they didn't translate honorifics, and that's one of the issues when it comes to translate any Japanese stuff. The honorifics are not exactly, you really can't translate them directly because English doesn't have an equivalent. But they add a lot of context to how two people relate to one another. So it's very hard to, it's a complicated decision. And the thing is, in Mushoku Tensei, it's kind of a Western fantasy style with a little bit of Eastern influence, but it's styled after Western fantasy, and it wouldn't, and they're not canonically not speaking Japanese. But she ends up calling him Rudius-sama, which is a honorific that shows like a deep level of respect and subservience to somebody. Calling him Master Rudius doesn't have quite that same effect. I read the sevens. I don't know. I read whatever is available on Amazon because I read them on my Kindle. So I am assuming that's the new translation. But when I read the books, I was actually very impressed by the translation work. I thought it did a lot of things surprisingly well, and I thought they carried over a lot of little nuanced things extraordinarily well as. Yeah, young master. Yeah, that does work, but again, it's one of those things where honorifics just they don't translate one to one. They're just because English doesn't use those specific honorifics. So, I mean, calling him Master Rudius, I mean, in this scene specifically. Bolchan? Okay. Again, I was doing it based on the narration here, so maybe it's different in the books. I have not read the original Japanese because my Japanese is not nearly good enough to do that yet. So, but I thought it was interesting because because it's styled after kind of European aristocracy, where the servants will call the children of the family they're serving the men master. So, yeah, I remember. So a while back, I was able to bully one of my friends into reading Mushoku Tensei, MR of the Vienture podcast, if you know him. I was able to bully him into reading the Mushoku Tensei books, and he initially was going to read the web novels, and he showed me a screenshot of it, and after reading the first page, I basically no, you gotta do the light novels. That translation is awful. It sounds clunky. It just doesn't hit the same. And the big reason was that the web novels don't have that god tier lolly porn line of dialogue. I'm sorry, that just drops it down like 3 rankings right there. So what I was saying, I know I was saying before that they made Paul out to be kind of just an asshole in the anime, at least at this point. But I do like how they do pivot into showing how eager of a father he is, despite all that. And it also does a good job of showing that things have smoothed over without actually showing the smoothing over itself, which I think is, yeah, again, because that really wasn't the key conflict here. The fact that it happened was the important bit, and then they move on. It was kind of like how they handled the bullies with Sylphie's introduction, where they had the initial confrontation, and they said in the next scene, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we figured it out. They figured it out. We agreed on a truce. Moving on. Yeah, and that line right there is also great because it shows that, again, without even saying it, it just shows how they're just cool with each other now. Like the tension has passed, whatever issues they had arising from the infidelity have been resolved. And that's, well, I think this right there, that line of her, just little doing a little bit of teasing is does a lot. It shows a lot in a very small amount of time. I do think it also misses some of the context from the books, where Rudy mentions how Lilia and Zenith were basically best friends before the infidelity, and then they kind of go back to being best friends once everything cools off. And then also, they don't really go into it in the anime, but in the books, Paul ends up basically having two wives from then on, whereas they kind of don't really do that in the anime. They just kind of show Lilia as being just kind of there. And it's kind of probably the average person would probably assume that Lilia doesn't end up staying with Paul romantically. Yeah, you're right. I will say, yeah, they're wives to each other. I love how they basically end up ganging up on Paul throughout this. It's like great sitcom shit. I love it. But so the thing with, but yeah, I don't know. I did like how it worked in the books just because it sets up the existence of polygamy in this world and how marriage isn't really an institution like it is in the real world, where it's just marriage kind of works on these people decide that they're married now, and as long as everybody agrees that they're married, they're married. So I don't know. I like that they established that in the books. It made it make a little bit less. It made it make more sense when Rudy eventually has multiple wives. Mhm. Yeah, and I also think the fact that Lilia basically becomes the second wife. I do think it's, again, it's not the kind of thing that's going to make or break anything, but I do like how that sets up her character moving forward, because eventually after the teleportation labyrinth and Zenith is in her new kind of semi-catatonic state, and how she basically continues to view herself as the second, the lesser, and the eternal servant. Again, I thought that kind of consistency was nice. How she was the mistress, and then the second wife, and then the afterthought, and that just kind of flavors how she interacts with the world. That's, so yeah, again, that's another thing where they kind of just make Paul seem like an asshole here, rather than the really nuanced character he is. And I think a big reason for that was the anime doesn't do my favorite thing from the books, where the books, as I'm sure you remember, but the books love to have a scene play out and then have it replay from a different perspective. I think that just as a writing technique, stylistically, I absolutely love it. It's the kind of thing I will never stop gushing over, and the anime doesn't really do that at all, at least from what I've seen so far. Remember, I've only seen the first 8 episodes so far, but the first time they do that is with Paul after his fight with Rudy, where he just kind of talks about his own experiences, how he feels about being a father, his own experience with his own father, and that really humanized him to such an intense degree that didn't happen in the anime. So now, again, we're not prepped to like him a whole lot. He's kind of just a goofy side character here at this point in the anime. So when he cheats on Zenith, and then you later learn that he's a rapist, you just kind of don't like him. And it's hard because you're supposed to feel conflicted about him at this point. And also, I kind of preferred the way the reveal happened in the books, where Rudy was just kind of rattling off the different things he learned about Paul and kind of threw the rape there right in the middle of it, because that's probably how Lilia ended up telling it to him. Because, again, that's another thing about her. I think they completely fumbled Lilia so far, where she mentioned that when he had first raped her in the books, she said she cried about it. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so the thing is, Lilia said she cried about it, but then in modern times, when she references it, she views it not even in a particularly negative light. She views it almost the way you would view like an awkward sexual encounter, where, it's not a good memory, but it's not all that bad either. So that nuance is kind of lost when you don't see where Lilia is coming from. And I get that Lilia is not the most important character in the story. Like, she's a side character, and her role is kind of ultimately to be Aisha's mother. But it's just, I feel like she was done so much better in the books. Yeah, basically, my opinion after reading the books and really digging through Volume 1 is that I believe that her entire stoic personality is basically a trauma response. Like, I think that after that event, she kind of shut herself down emotionally, and that's just why she interfaces with the world and it in the way that she does, and does a lot of just other very strange things. Excuse me, need water. Yeah, and that's one of the things where she did definitely groom Aisha in a sense, not like sexual grooming. Yeah. Yeah, that mhm. Yeah, and that's the thing with if I remember correctly, in the books, she said that the nobles basically leered at her, and she remembered Paul as being, not the perfect person, but like a decent enough dude, which is ultimately how I think, an accurate representation of him. But she mentioned that afterwards she realized, oh, Paul was better than any of these assholes would have been. So, she kind of rationalized it that way. And yeah, and the thing about Aisha that's interesting, that I was annoyed I didn't really get to go into it in my Volume 1 video, although I'm planning on doing Volume 2, but I'm going to do it in a different way because the Volume 1 video did not get enough views to justify that kind of time commitment. But the one thing I liked about, I wouldn't say I liked it, but I would say that I thought was interesting, was how Lilia kind of, in her efforts to pay things back to Rudy, she almost didn't even consider her daughter as a person. Like, and I don't mean that as bad as it sounds. Oh, they did? Okay. Oh, nice. Well, I named my cat after Miki from Mublove, so yeah, that's where. So I can relate to naming pets after people, but yeah. But the thing is, I like to with Lilia. Again, she kind of reformed her opinion on Rudy after the kindness he showed her, and she kind of completely dismissed her own daughter's beliefs on things. And that kind of, I found that very interesting, just because she's again, she's getting better, she's starting to care about other people, still hasn't quite gotten to the point of understanding that other people really do have their own thoughts and beliefs, kind of like Rudy. Yeah, she fucked up. Although it's also interesting because Aisha is obviously highly intelligent. She's basically a child prodigy, a child genius, and she ends up, and it's funny how she basically ends up completely rejecting Rudy at first, until he kind of shows herself to be, a good dude. And then, because at that point he is a decent dude. And then once it's no longer kind of her obligation to like him, that's when she starts actually liking him, and why she kind of latches on to him, while Norn was more latched on to Paul. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't read Redundancy yet. It's on my to-do list. I've got a million things I need to do. Redundant. And again, that's another thing I mentioned from the last stream, is that I again, I know the power scaling was always kind of weird in Mushoku Tensei, and I do think the books had an issue where things kind of got shifted downwards in the viewer's perception. And how am I going to word this? So in the books, just because of how many powerful people end up showing up and just how powerful the main cast becomes, because again, I mentioned that Rudy's group fights 5 of the 7 great powers at some point or another. Yeah, hey, that's fine. I get it. We all have our own lives, and I appreciate you showing up no matter how long you stay. And I know you know a lot about Mushoku Tensei, so hopefully I can provide something of value. But yeah, so because they end up meeting and fighting so many powerful people, it kind of shifts the viewer's perspective of what power even is in Mushoku Tensei. So it gets to the point where I remember reading the books and mentioning that some of like the guards, I think in Millis, were intermediate level water swordsmen. And I remember thinking, oh, so they kind of suck, and then realizing, no, that's like 3 to 5 years of active training, at least. So, I don't know. And I feel like the anime does the same kind of thing, because they didn't even give the introduction that the books have of just how powerful these various things are, except for an offhand line about how King rank is like only a handful of people at King rank. But yeah, they don't really get how they don't really showcase how good Paul actually is, because again, he's like, you know, in like karate or taekwondo terms, he's like 2nd or 3rd degree black belt in 3 different martial arts. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that video of yours yet. I'm going to at some point. I want to watch the actual animation myself first. But yeah, but I am glad you're uploading again. It's good to see your videos in my timeline. I do enjoy them. It's one thing that passes the time while I'm at work. Yeah, and this scene is, it's funny. I won't say it's not funny, but I do think it makes a little bit more sense in the books, where they mention that Lilia actually does become Paul's wife. So like it would make sense for him to still be sleeping with her. Well, here it just makes him look like a horn dog. Yeah. Yeah, there's some truth to that Eris, she refused her going up to emperor, which, I mean, she would have had to prove it essentially, but I mean, ultimately the ranks, they're, at least when it comes to swordplay, they're kind of just a rough marker of where you are power wise. Let's see, has Paul slipped? Yeah. Yeah, hey, good on you. Glad, again, as I said, glad you're back to uploading. I know you had your own stuff going on, but again, it's always, I do enjoy your videos a lot. But yeah, but as far as TV2, I don't No. In the books, I don't think it's ever explicitly mentioned. I would not be surprised if Lilia didn't sleep with him out of principle. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so I also thought this scene was a little bit forced in both the books and the anime, just because I do like what they were going for, where there's just these constant little pushes in Rudy's mind of school, 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 and eventually that's what pushes the end end actions of Volume One that lead into Volume Two. Uh, Again, I think it's a little bit forced how Paul just randomly mentions school, and it's like, no, never mind. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't quite feel natural because I don't know. I feel like I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Yeah, yeah. Although I do like how they kind of bond over their mutual scumbaggery here. Yeah, yeah. First time here overall so far. Again, I'm basing this on the first 8 episodes so far because that's what I've watched. But I do quite like it so far. I do think the books are better, but I do think the anime is doing a lot of things very right. And in particular, I think the way they handle showing certain things visually is great. I don't remember if we're going to get to it this episode or I mean this stream or not, but I really like how they do the Sword of Light. I think it looks great. Ultimately, I'm really enjoying myself. It's Mushoku Tensei is something that I really enjoy. I really care a lot about. So seeing the adaptation does kind of bring in like happy feelings. So it's definitely an enjoyable time. Yes, I've finished the main 26. I haven't read any side stories or redundancy or Old Dragon's Tale yet. Yeah, and this is just another example of Sylphie being the emotional center of the group. Where again, this is something I mentioned a lot in the last stream. So I'm any repeat viewers, sorry for repeating this. But one thing I strongly believe after having read the books and reread the first couple, and of course doing a an obscenely long video about Volume One, I believe that the three wives Rudy eventually has all kind of represent something. Okay, yeah, it's on my to do list. Um, I've just got a million things that are on that to do list, so it's hard to find time for any specific thing. But yeah, it's getting through all the other Mushoku Tensei stuff. At least whatever exists in English is something I need to do. But yeah, so one thing I believe is that Rudy's three wives all end up kind of representing a core piece of growth he needs to achieve. And that's part of the reason why they are. Uh, all three of them are introduced very early on. Because, again, he meets Roxy and Sylphie in Volume 1 and then doesn't see them again for many volumes later. And Sylphie is the kind of person who represents his emotional, caring, empathetic growth. Where she, even, as a child, she is much more in tune with the feelings of people around her than he is. So I think I like how they give all these little nods to her, just being able to immediately identify what Rudy is feeling and how he's feeling it. So I thought little lines like that, it's like you're not seeming yourself. So she can kind of just see that he's a little bit he's got some negative emotions brewing. I'm okay. That's reasonable. I'm more of a Sylphie supremacist, so I mean, I get why people like Eris. She's a very fun character. I do really like her, and I like her story. I also just like how she's one of the few characters where one thing I've noticed in writing is when they want to make a very likable character, a likable and admirable character, a lot of times the writers will make those people smart and like above average intelligence, and that's and I get why they do that because it makes them competent and all that. Eris is great because she's a character who, while she's not dumb, she is like a little bit dumb. So I do like how they make her this interesting character who grows and becomes just a very admirable person without ever actually excelling as far as intelligence goes. And again, she's not stupid because, I mean, any kind of martial art, you can't get to a high level if you're stupid. That's just a reality. But, I do like that about her as a character. And yeah, Orderos, that's kind of my perception of things as well. I mean, I describe the three different things a little bit differently. Yeah, I mean, Sylphie is definitely his empathetic, caring side. Roxy was hard to kind of pin down. I kind of view it as almost her intellectual side. That is kind of what he's trying to do, where he's kind of growing as far as exploring the world's information. And then Eris, I viewed it as kind of taking action and each of those core personality traits of those three girls is something that kind of holds them back a little bit, but also ends up developing into a core strength of theirs. Yeah. I don't know. Roxy's an interesting character. I can kind of get, she doesn't have that initial, like, obvious emotional hit for me. But the more I do like look into her character, and I think I only really started to appreciate her as a character when I really started working on the volume 1 video where of course I was going to that scene by scene and I really had to dig into it. So I did a lot of thinking, and when I was talking about Roxy's section, I did a lot of thinking about her story, and it kind of made me realize things, and I was like, oh, I actually kind of really like this. Yeah. Elise is a fun character, but too. I do like how she's basically because one thing is Rifuji Namaganote has like publicly admitted that Mushoku Tensei takes a lot of inspiration from the Rants series of games, which if you haven't played those, make sure you lock your doors and put headphones on, but then play them. It's basically they're porn games from Japan, but they're this big, huge comedy epic. And yeah, Rant's the H game. But the thing is, Elise basically just took Melface Promenade's entire like premise, and that's just Elise. So it's kind of funny because Melface Promenade is a character who voluntarily took on a curse that increases her magical ability, but she has to sleep with people stronger than her. So it's fun. Yeah, Rants is pretty good. I've been having fun with those videos. Yeah. And again, while this is also a very wholesome scene, I do like how it just showcases that Sylphie's, and again, one of Sylphie's core traits is that she becomes very loyal and dedicated to the people she cares about. And that's one of the things that starts out, and they're showing this in a very wholesome light right now. And I don't think the anime does a great job of showcasing this, but the two of them end up becoming very codependent in a very short amount of time. Okay, might have a different. Okay, I'll be interested because again, she's a very interesting character. Just because you don't learn a whole lot about her past, but it's at least in the main 26. but I don't know. I think she has potential. I'm very eager to see if she gets kind of fleshed out a little bit more in the other in the side content. Like, that's probably the wrong word, but you know what I'm saying. But yeah, but I like how this scene shows them starting to kind of become a little bit codependent, and that's Sylphie's weakness that ends up has to develop into a strength. Like I said in the past stream, she has to kind of take that core element of herself and learn to mold it and grow and not discard it, but become better for it. So she kind of transitions into three phases. It starts out with this one where she's completely attached to Rudy and completely codependent because he's like the first non-family member to show her kindness. Then they get forcibly separated, and she ends up in Ariel's employment, where she ends up developing an extreme loyalty to her, and that sense of neediness turns into a sense of duty. And then when she eventually starts a family with Rudy and decides to take a step back from the front lines to watch over the family and give him peace of mind, it's like she transitions from duty into just knowing where I'm the most useful and doing that. So yeah, I I remember that. That was certainly a decision. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and this is one of the things, this is one of those moments where I almost kind of get why people have the aversion they do to Mushoku Tensei, because again, it's one of those things, it's one of the eternal struggles of going into something after going into an adaptation after having read the books in anything, is that nuance is always gonna kind of be cut out just because of the realities of the two different mediums. And the fact that also when you adapt to a TV show or a movie, usually the pace is kind of sped up just because slower paced stories cost more to make. So, but I think it's hard to see, it's hard to kind of really understand how deeply broken Rudy is, and why, and how he just doesn't really realize that the wrong things he does is even wrong. So when he does these creepy things where he basically fantasized about grooming Sylphie, when you don't take into account how traumatized he is and how messed up his brain is, and a fact that I mentioned in my video on volume 1 that I don't think they really go through here, is how he views positive emotions through a sexual lens. It's just, I don't know, it just makes this moment seem so much worse. Although this is fucking funny. So another thing I do like is I mentioned it hasn't shown it so much in this episode so far, but I mentioned this a lot in my last stream, where this show loves to utilize color and lighting. Yeah, yeah. I will say I'm annoyed. I need to One of the reasons I do need to get through all the Mushoku Tensei side stuff is it's hard. I do have to skip a lot of your videos just because it's going to be talking about stuff I haven't read yet, and I want to not spoil myself before I do that, even though I know I would enjoy the videos. But yeah, that's besides the way. But you know, this show, and again, this is one of the things I do like about the anime as opposed to the books, is, and again, I think this is something that writers need to consider when adapting stuff from one medium to another, is to utilize the strengths of the new medium. And a visual medium uses light and color and music and all this stuff. And I find it very interesting, the different ways they showcase color especially in like Roxy's adventures in Sharon. Like it starts out, the first letter she sends, all golden, bright, happy, noble, regal. It's it's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, I do have to skip the ReZero videos a lot of times too because I did. I've seen the first two seasons of ReZero, but I that's one of the things I need to read the books for ReZero, and I'm also not caught up. Did I see the new trailer? No, I have not. I'm kind of trying to hold off in that until I've seen the. I will say I'm not good at following like media news. I just kind of, if somebody I follow happens to talk about it, that's how I learn about things. So I'll be honest, all anything even tangentially related to anything besides the actual pieces of media themselves, it tends to kind of just go right by me. Okay. Okay, so here's the hey, I mean I'm mostly talking for my own sake, is because again, so the thing is, what I at work, I work in a warehouse, and one of the nice things about that is they basically don't care what you do as long as you get your work done. And I work for a small company, so it's like I work like in close proximity with the boss. And one of the things that's nice, again, they don't really care what you do. So all day, they're cool with me just having headphones in and listening to music or YouTube videos. That's a lot of what I do. So your videos are good companions to my work. So it's just something that makes the day go by faster. So I'm talking to myself is like I don't want to spoil myself, but I also would genuinely like to watch the videos or listen to them more accurately. But yeah, so okay, back to the actual show I'm supposed to be analyzing. I have very mixed feelings about how about the comedy elements they have here with PAX because for starters, I do find them very funny. It's hilarious how he just creeps on Roxy and then she just lights him on fire. It's fucking funny. I don't want anything I'm about to say to kind of take away from that, but it just feels a little bit like when it comes to how Pax is going to be treated later in the story, how he starts off almost insidious. Not almost insidious, he is insidious, where he's basically a soft antagonist for a small portion of the show, of the story, of the in the books at least. Again, I haven't gotten that far in the anime yet, but it's one of those things where he starts out basically being a villain who's going to trap Rudy and rape Roxy and doing all these things until eventually Rudy overcomes him and then he goes away and then he has his own arc that has a lot of interesting parallels to Rudy that I'm not going to talk about right now, but I feel like this early comedy stuff, and hey Koenig, good to see you again. Yeah, I feel this early comedy is almost kind of going to undercut that initial insidious nature of his. Because even though you're not supposed to like have any kind of admiration or respect for him, he's supposed to be a scary, imposing figure when he's properly introduced as a like full functioning character. And I feel like the fact that we keep seeing him act like an idiot and get lit on fire, just it's not going to be quite as scary when he has that first initial moment of power that he looks like he's about to abuse. Yeah. Yeah. And I love how this thing is another thing about Rudy is his consistent low self-esteem where he always views himself as less impressive than he actually is. And I do like how that's one thing that doesn't ever go away about him, where even late into the story, he never views himself as quite as impressive as he actually is. So, and I do like how Roxy's clear admiration of his skill and his passion in magic almost reinforces that, because he's like, "Oh, I bet you're all the way to emperor now," even though he's really hasn't substantially progressed at all. So I think that's kind of neat. Oh yeah, I do like Pax's story overall. I think it's great. I just think the fact that I mean I'm not against showing him be kind of a total creep the way he is. But I'm just thinking that the funny parts where he gets kind of he basically gets his ass kicked by Roxy, who doesn't even think about it. Although interestingly, it almost looks like she did silent spell casting there, even though I know she obviously didn't because she can't. But it's one of the things that the comedy elements almost seem to undercut his credibility and his power. Not power, but his strength. It's like in pro wrestling where, in pro wrestling the results are predetermined. So it's not like somebody doesn't have as much skill when they lose a match, but when you lose a match, it can hurt the character's credibility and it make them seem less strong. And I feel like that's almost kind of what's happening with Pax in the comedy moments here. Yeah. Yeah, and I will say also, and I will say this one line I think does a lot to kind of salvage the power scaling in this a bit, because again, as you get to more crazy levels of power, it's going to be hard to really identify what's good and what's not, but just because of how things end up being. Yeah, but okay. I again, that scene is funny. I know that in the books, Paul never actually like learns about the panties, but it's still fucking it's funny. Yeah, I will say yeah. She did in the well. Again, I don't know how, about the anime because I haven't seen the anime yet. But I mean the full anime yet. But I know in the books it was a case of where she did learn to shorten her incantations substantially, which again, it's kind of using a lot of the same processes as silent casting. I always kind of wondered, and maybe this is answered in redundancy because I know that's a sequel story, but I feel like she could learn to silent cast because. And another thing I strongly suspect is that magic is just really not understood in this universe. And silent casting is one of those things where I think most magicians in Mushoku Tensei probably could learn some degree of silent casting if taught it properly, especially at a young age. And of course, Rudy afterwards becomes well. I believe so. I believe you can learn as an adult because because the thing is, Roxy is a grown adult at the start of the show, even though she doesn't look like it. But she ends up shortening her spells as part of her journey that led her to become a Water King. She ends up also learning to shorten a lot of spells that way. But I think it's just easier if you do it as a child because you start learning it from the fundamentals as opposed to learning it a different way. Because the way I explained it is I do like the magic system in Mushoku Tensei because it's a hard magic system, which I like. Yeah. And it actually works surprisingly similarly to computer programming. Specifically, the way Rudy describes spells, it's like a single threaded computer program where it just executes line after line after line of instructions, and the incantations are essentially a pre-written executable where You just read through you essentially, the incantation is its own set of instructions, and he learns to do it manually instead of through the incantations. So having to relearn all that would be hard if you only spent years training with incantations. Well, yeah, I will say Mushoku Tensei is not my favorite magic system ever, but it does tick a lot of the boxes that I like, because yeah, and that's also true. Is that I don't remember exactly when they said, but mana. I mean, there is a hard cap of mana growth for every person that is varied, but you have to use mana young to really gain it. What's my favorite magic system? Probably the Lightbringer series by Brent Weeks. It's a series of books where it uses magic that, and again, Brent Weeks writes hard magic systems. I love hard magic systems. I love when magic has rules and it's another force in the universe. And that magic system works with color, where the way the various, they call them drafters in that in that book series, where depending on what color you have the abilities for, you can draw light of that color to yourself and do different things with it, and it varies depending on the color. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I don't know anything about Witch Hat Atelier, so I can't comment on that. But yeah, ultimately they create colors. Like blue creates hard, rigid, solid things that you can do things with. Ultraviolet, they call it super violet, not ultraviolet, but that lets you kind of see invisible colors and create really these subtle barriers. It's cool. I'm not explaining it super well. And that's funny. I do, again, that's another great showcase of how Lilia and Zenith are all cool now. Yeah, it's similar to the level cap and rants. Not quite the same, but it is similar. I mean, it's the main difference is that I know mana in Mushoku Tensei kind of, it's one of those things where it's very malleable. As a child, there is a limit you have, but then once you reach a certain age, it kind of hardens up regardless. But yeah, and level cap is, Rance is kind of deliberately made video gamey elements part of its lore, which I have mixed feelings on the actual magic system in Rance, but I do like I do like how it is in the individual storytelling. And I also love how Lily is again starting to come more integrated into the family. How she's starting to find it, be more comfortable with teasing a bit, even though again the anime skipped her introduction. It's just not as resonant when she starts opening up because you don't know how closed off she was in the first place. So yeah, and that's true. It's a big part of her entire journey is really starting to learn to care about people, kind of like Rudy, but in a different way. So, again, after the whole emergency family meeting incident, she really does start to become one of the family. She starts to actually really give a shit about Rudy. And then eventually, when Zenith has her thing, she ends up caring for Zenith and just almost like, she views her like a sister basically. And it is nice how she ends up becoming part of the family. And Rudy does almost view her as a second mother. It's even though she never really feels like she has accepted herself. But yeah. Let's see. Belarus, it's I don't know. I do feel like this scene doesn't have quite as much tension as it did in the books. Okay, so here's my thoughts on Battle Aura. Is thing it's not that fighters don't train their mana pool. I think it's another one of those things that the average person doesn't even know that Battle Aura is a thing. Because one thing we see in the series, at least in the books, again, have only seen the first 8 episodes, is that the common understanding of magic seems to be kind of flawed. But when Rudy meets these ancient characters, people who've been around for a very long time who are very powerful, they have a much deeper understanding of magic, and even some of the things he's figured out, they just already knew about. So the way I see it is the fighters do train their mana. It's just Battle Aura is something they do unconsciously. And as they use mana that way, that kind of naturally improves their mana capacity. And it's one of those things where, and I think it does explain that it does use less than active spellcasting. So I think you can probably get away with less mana as a sword fighter as opposed to a mage. Although, I mean, like we see there's one, I think it was during the bit with the Tofi, where Eris is like basically pushed herself to her limits. And then she's just kind of wiped. And then Rudy realizes, oh shit, she's actually like mana exhausted. She ran out of mana because of how much she fought. So yeah, so I view it as it's just another thing. It's almost like basically like magical cardio, where you're not like even trying to train it necessarily. You're not using it actively, but it's something that naturally gets trained as you use this thing while fighting. And of course, Rudy just can't use Battle Aura, so it's moot for him. Let's see. I don't think Battle Aura is a specific spell. I think it's more just a general channeling of your mana into your body. I mean, because one of the things is Mushoku Tensei, while the magic system is a hard magic system, a lot of it is not made very clear to the readers. And it has a lot more power than people seem, but mana seems to kind of be an ever-present feature in the world. And I think it's just they kind of naturally learn how to channel their mana into their body. And it's one of those things they don't even think about it. It's just how they do it. And I mean with Rudy, he's just kind of taking a more deliberate approach to it where he again learns how to channel his mana into a certain element and adjust its parameters and do things with it. So yeah. Yeah, well that's kind of how silent casting works. It's essentially it's not so much natural as he's doing it. He is doing it very deliberately, but it's just a case of rather than doing actual specific spells, he's working with the energy directly. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's kind of like when you're doing something athletic and adrenaline kicks in. That kind of adrenaline is basically a natural performance enhancing drug. So but you can't really do. Yeah. Hey, look, last week I got through the first 3 episodes. It took me 5.5 hours. This is pretty much what I expected. But hey, I mean, hey, that just means I'm doing this ethically. Hold on a second. I need to... Excuse me for a second. Sorry, I had to ban someone on Kick. Yeah. Yeah, you show up as not drag episode. Hey, honestly, I don't mind. The whole idea behind this stream was that I knew that I mean, for one thing, as I actually have a very strong feelings about the general reaction meta on live streams. I don't like how people will kind of just make their streams about the thing they're watching as opposed to what they're actually saying. So I don't know. I don't mind this taking a lot of time. Yeah, there's some truth to that. I'll figure out a balance. I mean, this is yeah, there's some truth to that. I have gone over some things more than once, but I don't know. A lot of it is it's just got to consider the fact that this is my second stream, at least my second stream of this variety. I did have streams like 5 years ago where I did other stuff, but that's neither here nor there. I'll end up falling into some sort of pattern, and I'll figure out how it works. But I do find it interesting how this scene is different than the books, and there is no obvious reason for that. Although I do like the fact that Galain is introduced like standing up tall as opposed to in the books where she is sitting. I think that makes her a little bit more imposing. The fact that they're shooting the I mean, obviously there's no camera in animation, but the camera angle is down below, so it makes her look taller. I do like that. But again, I kind of like how Rudy is caught off guard by everything, how Paul doesn't even like hint at what's about to happen really before he just kind of does his whole thing. I don't know. It's just weird that they do it this way. Although it does establish the pre-existing relationship, so there's that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk. And I do definitely have some opinions about the sword fight, but I don't know. I'll talk about it more when it actually happens. Okay. Although I will say it is funny how they're basically doing their goodbyes and he's just confused as shit. It does add a funny layer to this scene. And I do really like the how they're setting this up again with the very low camera angle, looking up at Paul to make him more tall and imposing. Yeah, actually, now that me mention it, yeah, that is a little odd. I didn't notice that myself. How the water god works. It looks nice, but yeah. Okay, so my main thing is I really liked how it was in the books. I liked because in the books they don't really put too much emphasis on it, but like the fight in the books is only like a couple seconds tops. And a big thing is that Paul attacks Rudy and then he immediately blasts himself away. And then the idea is Paul takes, I think he said it takes him 2 steps to get to Rudy and almost a third. And that's when he knocks him out. So, and I mentioned later that that's actually like a big deal because he said, basically, if it was a group combat scenario, I'd be fucked. So, and it really showed Rudy's initial on the, like, off the cuff thinking where he's like, oh shit, this is a real scenario, and he's launching magic to push himself back to basically he does a proto quagmire, which becomes a signature of his to slow down Paul, or he tries in the books, but then Paul actually shifts his weight to avoid that. I liked that a little bit more than what we saw here. Yeah, and again, I just think it showcases Rudy's methodology when he comes to fighting, which he will essentially use a more refined form of that later. And then, but also it would showcase just how much more ramped up things are in this world, where Paul, again, he gets to him in 2 steps and beats the crap out of him, but it was a good fight essentially. So I know I didn't really like how he threw Rudy away in this one, and then just basically completely obliterates him in an extended amount of time. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it hits the same notes as the books. And I will say also, with given the fact that this is not for Rudy's first interaction with Galain, does kind of change the flavor of this scene a little bit. And also, this scene was really fucking funny in the books, and all the humor is completely stripped out of it here, where he's like freaking out about thinking he's going to be Galain's sex slave, and he's a little excited about that, but he's like, no, no, no. It was I thought that was really funny in the books. Kind of disappointed that it's not a thing here. And I will say, Galain is one of my favorite side characters. So, and not just for like the obvious reasons, but I don't know. I just think she's a very fun character, very likable, and I don't know. Just a lot of her interactions just seem to be like completely full of heart. Like, I mean, we'll see it later on. I don't know if we get to it in this stream or not, because I don't remember what happens in which episodes exactly. But I don't know. When she's learning the academic stuff, she has just an earnestness about her that I really like. And of course, we're talking about color again. We got the kind of muted colors to close things off. Okay, so yeah, ultimately, and again, I would have liked to get to this point in the last stream, but again, after 5.5 hours and 3 liters of water, I was kind of done. But this is the end of the first volume of the books, essentially. And the way I've explained it before is that the first 2 volumes are the prologue of Mushoku Tensei as a whole. This first volume was basically had 2 jobs. One was to just set everything up, just get everything started, and explain what the world is, who Rudy is, some of the people around him. And then the second job was to introduce Roxy and Sylphie and make them important to him, because they end up becoming important later on, and it's not a coincidence that they were impressed upon him at a young age, because they become, again, basically the 3 most important people in his life. So this is basically half of the prologue right here. It doesn't seem quite as notable in the anime, just because 4 episodes seems like it makes more sense as like part of a prologue as opposed to an entire book being half the prologue. So, but I don't know. I mean I have a lot that I have running in my head about Rivajine's writing style, and he just likes to do things a little bit differently in general. Okay, so let me pull this up. Sorry, I got to I had to reset my taskbars, were bugging out, so here. Yeah, my taskbars were bugging out, so I had to close my folders. There we go. Excuse me. No. And I'll fix that in just a second. Okay. Okay, now another thing. This doesn't really matter that much, but here, let me take it back just a bit because I want to actually show what I'm talking about. So I do find this interesting in just a little bit of a discrepancy from the books that I noticed. It doesn't make any real differences, but in the books it mentions that Rudy had a pretty easy time learning human tongue just because he mentioned that grammatically it's very similar to Japanese. So he didn't have to learn an entire new way of speaking essentially, but he just kind of figured it out because it would be easier to do more transliteration, which is an actual issue if you're trying to learn Japanese from English or English from Japanese because they two languages just function completely differently. Yeah, and but the one thing I found interesting is he didn't have any problems with human tongue just learning through immersion. But another interesting thing is the way this all looks. To me, that looks not like the way Japanese works, which uses a lot of kanji, but this uses, instead of a kanji type system, it uses what looks like an alphabet. Like this looks again almost like a something you would see in Europe as opposed to Asia. So it's interesting that the grammar of human tongue in the anime might actually be noticeably different because it's not a character based written language. It's an it's an alphabetized language. And I know Japanese does sort of have alphabets, but they don't they don't use those exclusively. So I found that another interesting choice. Although it also does kind of make sense because, as I mentioned, Mushoku Tensei is, yeah, that's just something I noticed again, and part of it is because when I was working on my volume 1 video, I kind of went line by line, really digging into it and thinking about everything. Really, it's English with a okay. So it's a substitution cipher. Okay, that's interesting. I might have to look into that just on my own time because again, I assumed it was basically in the books. Human tongue was basically Japanese, just written and pronounced differently. So, whereas here again, and it makes sense because Mushoku Tensei is similar to like European fantasy. Yeah, tad bit must spot. Although this scene does feel a little bit different than the way I read it in the book. Where, granted, although it does also, I should mention, it's interesting how this starts at the beginning of episode 5, which would be the equivalent of the beginning of volume 2, rather than the end of episode 4, which is how it was in the books, this is the last scene of volume 1. Not counting the bonus scene, but those were added in for the light novel specifically. But in this scene, I always kind of viewed Galain's reaction as less like really angry, like she's kind of seeming, less like a temper tantrum thing, not tantrum, but hot-headed, and more of just like excitedly annoyed, if that makes sense. Where to me, it came across as much more humorous in the books, just because I don't know. Another thing I noticed about Galain is she has a lot of like dog mannerisms. It's really funny once you notice them. At least in the books, I know she's standing guard at one of the parties, and she's just like death staring the meat on the table. So I don't know, and I kind of viewed this as her just having these really earnest, excited, emotional reactions to Paul making fun of her. Okay. Yeah. Again, as much as the flavor does hit different in this scene, it is still funny. Yeah. Yeah, and that's true. It's I know. I mean, even in the rest of the next four episodes, she's a lot less angry than she is in this scene. So it does come across as a little weird. But also, there's the fact that remember she's a king tier swordsman, which is basically a really high rank in martial arts, where you usually don't get to those extremely high levels in any martial arts without having a bit of more control over your general emotions. Like people who are like really like dedicate their lives to a martial art and get really high level, they're usually not prone to random aggression because there's just they martial arts they all kind of have a philosophy that they teach alongside the actual fighting. But yeah, and I know there is definitely bits of her where yeah, when she was younger she was very aggressive like that, and also I don't know if they mention it in the anime at this point, but you know her nickname is the Berserker Sword King Galain, and that's because she at times can when fighting can literally go into a berserker rage, which is interesting. So yeah, so what I'm gonna so TV. So okay, so that's interesting. I kind of expected most of the people here to be coming from my videos, but I don't. I'm gonna be doing a stream like this once a week, every Sunday, 9 a.m. Eastern, and I'm just gonna kind of keep going until I'm done with this. And I'm gonna keep going with Mushoku Tensei until I'm caught up. Then I'll figure out something else to do basically the same thing for. So I won't be making like videos on it, but I will be continuing this stream. My videos are more like I do like scripted edited content as my videos. So I feel like that's because that's where my strengths lie. I don't I don't do regular reactions if that makes sense. And especially when it comes to anime, you see on your screen now how I have to mute the show and also add that filter on top. And yeah, that is necessary to not cut the otherwise the stream would actually be just completely cut off. I don't I mean I'm able to show the full thing on other streaming platforms because I am multi-streaming, but yeah, so I don't know, just having what you're seeing on stream now because I know you're in YouTube chat, it just doesn't that's not the kind of content I want to put up on as a regular video, if that makes sense. I just don't think it looks good. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, and then that is another thing about the show is yeah, it I don't think they did an amazing job of showing, but full spoilers pretty much again, the way I kind of approach this is when it comes to spoilers, I'm not going to shy away from spoiling something if that's what I think is needed to discuss a certain topic that is relevant. But I'm also trying not to spoil things unnecessarily. Yeah, it might make sense. I'm gonna have to do that off stream just because I have 3 instances of OBS running right now, so I would have to add it to all 3 of them. Just because, yeah, I'm multi-streaming, but unfortunately, none of the platforms can have the exact same layout because the YouTube needs the filter and Twitch needs a segregated chat. So that's just kind of how it works, unfortunately. Uh, but yeah, but one of the things about the anyways, it doesn't show a great job of showing how codependent the two were getting, but I don't know. It's fine. It's just a setup. I'm just complaining about a little bit of lost nuance. Yeah, something like that. I'm trying to remember. So it was shortly after Rudy's 5th birthday that they met. And then yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, they after their first meeting was a little bit after Rudy's 5th birthday because that was about when Roxy left and that's when he started exploring. So, who knows how long he was exploring before he met her. And then from there they basically hung out until he left at age, I want to say 7. So yeah. Yeah, and that's fine. I was just a little bit surprised just because again, the subscribers that you see there, again, not a massive streamer, but I did build up a following of a few thousand people. They came for my videos, and the main reason I'm streaming on YouTube at all, because I mean, I'll be honest, of the 3 streams, this is probably the worst experience, just because of the filter that I have to put on the screen to prevent the entire thing from getting shut down. And so the main reason I'm streaming on YouTube is because I have the existing subscriber base. So it's just kind of surprising to see somebody find me through this, especially since this is my second stream like this. Okay, but I do like also that moment where it kind of pulls back on the intimidating factor where they kind of both agree. And well, hey, and I appreciate that. But yeah, so I do like how they kind of undercut the intimidation factor by them agreeing to mess with Paul. It's funny. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't think it's anywhere, at least not in the main 26. I mean, it's probably one of those things where Zenith probably like, she probably was annoyed at Paul, but not extremely. That's how I imagine. I imagine it was just again a funny thing to just kind of annoy him with. But yeah, and again, and I gotta wonder. So it's interesting. Another person essentially found the stream through recommended. That's interesting. I wonder if YouTube is actually doing something with the algorithm, because I know for a long time streams were not really, even though it's a good platform for streaming, it's not, streams aren't the most discoverable on here generally. But yeah, thing is, so I don't know if you're an anime only or if you've read the books, but her condition later on, it definitely has more nuance than the anime has seen at this point yet. I'm not going to say more because it's just not relevant to the topic right now, but I don't know. I liked how it was handled in the books. Yeah. Yeah. I love how Rudy's just basically huffing copium, but he's actually completely right. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think she can get unmade. I don't think she can be I don't think it's possible for her to be quote unquote cured, but I don't know, it does, there are interesting ways that like what you see on the surface level is not all there is to her condition. So it's, I don't know. And again, I liked the scene from the book where they mention it in the Millis arc. I thought it was good. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Magic is Scribe Philip. What's my favorite volume? It's so hard to say because a big reason is that it's hard for me to remember what specifically happens in each volume. A big reason for that is just because none of the volumes actually have names beyond volume 1. Something. Oh, sorry about that. I got my monitor got a little screwed up. So give me 1 second so I can fix this. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry about that. And great, then the taskbar got screwed up again, so I gotta do that again. Yeah, sorry about this. Give me a second. The plug on my monitor is not perfect. And so sometimes it ends up kind of disconnecting just a little bit, but hasn't done that for a while. So, and unfortunately I have like a million things open right now because I have all 3 chats open, and also an activity log and my notes. So let's move that back here, and that back here, and that back here. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, it's where's my notes? There you are. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, but back to the question. It's hard to say what exactly my favorite volume was, because it's hard to even view any of these in isolation just because they all feed into so many different things. And yeah, Orsted is a pretty great character. I really like how he changed things. I would have to say my favorite volume was probably the one where Rudy has to deal with the creature that's giving him hallucinations that kind of traps him in the dream. Because I thought that was a great way to kind of close off the arc that was started with, but like the emotional character arc. And it's not a character arc; it's an emotional arc between Rudy and Paul. How you'd think it would end in the teleportation labyrinth, how that would be a conclusion, and it was of a sort. But then later on, he deals with these dreams, and then it shows him just how much he really did grow to love and respect Paul as his father. And I thought that was a great way to just close off that really long string of ideas, and how Rudy's able to take what he learned through there, hold himself up stronger, and then apply that to his own children. Yeah, so, and again, they might have to rush a bit to the end. Yeah, I will say a lot of my issues with Mushoku Tensei, the ones that I do have, the issues mostly appear towards the end of the series anyway, so it'll be interesting to see what the anime actually does with it. All right, so let's get on. Yeah, so I think I fixed everything. Do let me know if anything looks weird, and I'll do my best to fix it. Oh, and I better pull this off. Yeah, so I don't have a whole lot to say about this, just because there's, it's mostly just exposition here. Yeah. Yeah. So I know we're about to meet Eris' introduction, so I just want to get there. So again, it's just kind of a lead into the scene, but okay, just a little bit willful. Yeah. Yeah, and I will say I do like the way they're kind of handling Philip. because they're just kind of showing the noble attitude towards things, because they're all kind of playing the political game, and he's like really polite and friendly on the surface, but you can tell he's just kind of a snake underneath. I do like that a lot. And I'm gonna have to showcase, this is a great introduction for a couple reasons. Right there, this shot I think is a great way to introduce her, because once again, Mushoku Tensei is doing a lot of colors, and you can see there around here there's, you know, the dark wooden backgrounds, dark clothing, and even the maid that's attending her has white hair, dark horns. There's no color really except for Eris's red hair that sticks out like a sore thumb. And I think that's a great way to just draw attention to her. Yeah. Is she, I don't know that, I think in the beginning she kind of has some tsundere tendencies, but I wouldn't say she's really fits what a tsundere is. Just because, I don't know, she has some of the stereotypes. Maybe, I think it's just early on she's very prideful and stubborn, and that kind of drives her entire personality forward. But she kind of wears her heart on her sleeve, so again, I feel like while a tsundere kind of tries to hide their affections, once she really starts to like Rudy, she just dives headfirst into admiring and respecting Rudy. Although, and again, while I do actually really like this character introduction, it's not quite as funny as it was in the books, because the book started out with like basically how a horror movie, or how a horror story would start out, where Rudy is desperately running, trying to get away, trying to preserve his life, and then that's when you learn that it's a 9-year-old girl chasing him. Oh, I sense they're flashing danger signals. Yep, that's his like first correct read of somebody. Okay, so I will say that's as funny as that is, and you can also point out, yeah, absolutely, gender equality right there. He's definitely based woman respecter, but I actually do really like this moment for a couple reasons, and I think the big thing that sticks in my head for me is that Eris is the kind of person, once somebody demonstrates, she's the kind of person who really respects capability. She respects that when somebody can stand up and take charge and just get shit done, which is once Rudy kind of saves her with magic and they go on their whole thing, and she ends up really respecting him just because of what he's capable of. And I mean, part of it is she also does actually genuinely come to care for him, but this is like a great way, because even though it pisses her off and she reacts violently back towards him, like this is like showcasing that Rudy is able to stand up to her, and part of her does kind of respect that, even though I don't know. And their whole interaction is funny because Rudy keeps pushing boundaries with her, which I'll talk about those when they get there. But that's another way of like someone who's like adversarial and able to kind of compete on her level. Yeah, and that's true. And the anime doesn't really showcase this very well. But you know, the people she looks up to before Rudy are her grandfather, who's the patriarch of the household and who's very forceful, very competent, does all these things. And Galain, who is a sword king, which is fucking insane. Yeah, and those are the two people she actually like holds positive opinions for. And it was really nicely shown how like even her father she doesn't particularly respect. And in the books they had these almost these character sheets that would pop up at the beginning of every few chapters or so. And the chapters would and they did this in volume 1 too for a bit with Rudy where they would kind of but in volume 2 they would showcase Eris's current abilities like her swordsmanship level, her reading level, her writing level, her attitude. Yeah, and then the people she likes, and then that would be, you know, Galain and grandfather is what they said. I know it's Soros, but she called him grandfather because he's her grandfather. And then it would slowly shift to Rudy from people she hates to people she tolerates to people she likes to people she loves. And the anime doesn't really showcase that so much, but I don't know. Of course, that's funny. They are fun. I would recommend reading the light novels if you ever get a chance. I mean, and if you really want to go that route, they are available if you know, sail the seven seas. But yeah. All right, good. Yeah, but okay. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's another thing the anime doesn't do super well is really so one of the things about the books is when you read them, remember that you're almost all of it is in first person from Rudy's perspective. And one thing his narration does is he just equivocates a lot of the things he's seeing and hearing to the things he's familiar with from his past life, which is basically otaku stuff. So video games, anime, manga, visual, light novels, things like that. So he's also constantly making pop culture references in the books, like constantly. So when it does little things like that, like oh she's a character in a delinquent manga, it feels a little weird in the anime. Just but then to a reader, someone who read the books, she's just doing this. He's doing this kind of shit all the fucking time. And I know I mentioned it last stream, but you know, at one point he remembers James's name, which again, it's a normal English name, not normal for a Japanese person, but he remembers his name because he said it sounds like a train. So that's a Thomas the Tank Engine reference. Like this is just how he is. So it's weird when you don't see it and then he just randomly does it. Yeah, and I like how Rudy is almost kind of because I mentioned before that Rudy his interface with the world is kind of with a mask on. He's kind of tries to kind of be manipulative, use logic to generate these things. So yeah, he's almost kind of playing the political game. Not quite the same, but he realizes, "Oh, I can't just say the things that are on my mind. When I'm dealing with these fake people, I also have to be fake." And I also like that Philip completely sees what he's doing and he's just like, "Oh yeah, he's and he's not like upset about his real feelings cuz yeah, he knows his daughter's a little shit." Yeah, okay. That I might at some point. I don't remember having too many thoughts about what exists in Japanese versus English. I mean that once in a while I have I notice some things because for those of you who don't know, I am studying Japanese, but I'm only at about N5 level, which is the lowest testable level. So I can't really read on my own yet. But I know it's enough to be an introduction to the language, so I am noticing some things. But yeah, that's one of those things. I do want to reread the series in Japanese once I'm good enough, because I'm actually curious to see. Because one thing I mentioned in my volume one book. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Again, and I'm the whole demon thing. For me, that was the anime may have just inserted the word, so I don't know. But I don't know. It's hard to say when it comes to Eris versus Galain. It very well could be, because one thing I've noticed a lot about Mushoku Tensei is it loves to have people go on parallel character arcs where the journey one character goes on is very reminiscent of what another character is going on or has already gone on. And a lot of Galain's history, which, the main series doesn't really go into, other books might, I don't know. But, she had to kind of control herself and be able to tone down her own rage to become the woman she is. And Eris almost had to go through not the same kind of thing, but a similar process. So it's very possible that they could have had some connection there. Sort of like how Rudy and Pax have similar starting points. They start learning similar things, but then Pax's journey goes bad, whereas Rudy's kind of goes good. Yeah. Yeah, that's I think a big thing is they both learned to kind of channel their energy into productive things as opposed to just blind rage, basically. And also they kind of developed and I think with Eris specifically, a big part of her journey is getting humbled, because early on she's a noble, untouchable noble girl who basically she can order people around, and the fact that Rudy hit her, even though he didn't hit her hard, that was like one of the only times that when I'm pouring water, I have water next to me. I have I mentioned I work in a warehouse. I have a 3-liter bottle of water that I always have. I always take it to work. And for these streams, I fill it up and have it ready just so I'm not getting up and refilling my water glass all the time. So I can just do it at my desk. Because if you haven't noticed, I'm yapping a lot, and that is not a good thing to do without water. Make a drunk stream, that would be inadvisable for me, just because I take some medication that makes hangovers way worse. So I do drink sometimes, but I don't get drunk at all, just because I know that I'm going to feel really bad the next day if I do. So so I have ADHD, and one of the things that they have me on is bupropion, which actually, surprisingly, it does help with ADHD and other things too. Surprisingly, so it basically, from what I understand, it kind of stimulates the dopamine receptors. And ADHD, which I have really bad ADHD, one of the things it does is it starves you of dopamine, which is why ADHD people are often just really inattentive and jump on things to try to get that dopamine hit. So yeah, even though it's an antidepressant, it actually works for ADHD. So that's what I am taking. One of the side effects is that, yeah, I mean, that's fine. But I mean, personally, there are ways to deal with ADHD that don't necessarily require medication. Mine is just bad enough that I do kind of need medication in order to function. So, but for as good as the positives are, one of the side effects is that it enhances hangovers. So I personally try not to get drunk anymore. So that's why I'm not going to do a drunk stream. Yeah. Yeah, and that's fine. It's one of those yeah, and that's one of the things is it's when it comes to things like autism or ADHD, if it's not causing problems, there's not really any strong reason to fix to go and try to get checked or get things fixed because there's not necessarily anything to fix. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, pseudoephedrine. Yeah, pseudoephedrine. Yeah, I've heard about that. Sudafed. It's I know that as a cold medication, but yeah, there are things you can do. I know a lot of ADHD people end up becoming caffeine addicts because stimulants that helps ADHD. But yeah, there are things. There's a lot more things coming out for ADHD now. Yeah. Oh well. The thing with medication, I believe that medication is one of those things where don't be afraid to take it if you need it, but you really should only take it if you need it. So yeah, and oh yeah, and I had real bad acne as well when I was in high school, so I understand the struggle. And I remember it spending a lot of time just trying to find something to work that would work to fix it. Although the only thing that ended up actually working for me was one cream that I was also allergic to, so that was fun. But ultimately, I ended up growing out of it. So that's just how it is. Yeah. So I will also say the plan he has to stage Eris's kidnapping, it is kind of funny because it's another example of his kind of pop culture brain working. And because it's kind of the kind of thing you'd see in like an isekai anime, that kind of goofy little plan. Yeah. So this is another interesting thing. So I'm not sure why they did this, but they really started leading into Rudy's kind of idolatry and worship early in the show because he doesn't start doing this in the books at this point. But I know like later on in the series, at least in the books, he ends up basically worshiping the panties he stole from Roxy. And it was very and it's a funny thing, but it's also kind of a way for him to he's not genuinely worshiping them. He's just kind of treating them like he is. And it's almost like his one thing I've mentioned before is that his for the rest of his life he idolizes Roxy. Every like words can barely express how much she really means to him. To the point where that amulet he's got, the Migard amulet, is that becomes what the universe recognizes him as his name. Is like they don't call him Rudy, they don't call him his old name. It's his representation is that symbol. So that's kind of an expression of his admiration towards her. Yeah, it becomes just a core part of him. So he's not really worshiping her, and it just becomes kind of a way he focuses his thoughts later on. It's I don't know, it's hard to say. I'm not going to go into it too much this stream, but I know last stream I did mention that it's unclear how much of what his brain is doing is due to his actual physical his physical brain versus his mental state. But so okay, so I'll explain my take very briefly because I went over this in my volume 1 video, which granted 5 hours long. I don't expect people to have watched that. But when it comes to Rudy, is early on in his new life, he's still such a broken person who you got to remember, like, yeah, he spent 5 good years growing up and learning magic and all this stuff, but he spent 20 years in isolation where one of his only feeling where he was hiding from an extreme pain, and one of the things that brought him happiness, one of the only things that brought him any degree of positive emotions, was when he would jack off. And so he starts to view like everything through a very sexual lens, like, and even his brain kind of just filters positive emotions and interprets them as desire. Like in the beginning of volume 1, where it mentioned it in an offhand thing as the childhood friend, where it's somebody he really cared about, but he says, "Oh yeah, I can get off to those hentai tags in 3 pumps." And I think that's kind of what was happening with think Sylphie and Eris, where he was still at the point where his brain filters everything sexually. He was starting to view them positively, have positive emotional connections with them, and starting to care about them, but he turns that into desire. And yeah, and then yeah, and Eris is kind of a little bit more less just because of her thick skin. It takes a lot more to upset her, so that kind of almost encourages him. But one thing you notice in the books, at least, I don't know how the anime handles this yet, but in the books, what he will do is, as he would emotionally mature, the inappropriate sexual desires would slowly kind of wane and retract. And yeah, he does learn important things. Like at the end of volume 2, he learns, hey, hands to myself. But it's like one thing is I notice is that he gets less and less internally creepy as he goes. Where and one thing that I really liked was when they went to the Beast Village and saved the Beast children from the slavers. It's one of those things where they're all scared and crying and clinging to him. And then he's taking care of them, and he remembers where he's saying, wow, he says, wow, normally this situation would turn me on, but now I'm just uncomfortable. And that's another thing where he's starting to grow to the point where his desires are starting to make him feel weird. And then eventually, as he grows up, I think he eventually loses any inappropriate desires at all. So the way I see it is he does have these desires for people who are young early on, but it's not because he is that way. It's because that's just how his brain filters everything. And yeah, and with Sylphie, he briefly like fantasizes about grooming her, but he doesn't actually do it. And the thing is, just the timeline alone is he briefly considers grooming her, and then he gets separated from her, and when they meet up again, they're adults. So, it's not grooming if they don't have any contact for like 6 years. But yeah. And also it's worth noting that with his 3 wives, all 3 of them were the ones to initiate sex with him, like the first time. Like they were the ones who got things started, so yeah. Okay, that's funny. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, I don't know your life, but I'm guessing you don't have the same kind of situation as Rudy did. Like, yeah, you can be completely Guna brained if you want. That's one thing. But he again retreated from the world due to sexual trauma. So, and then he was just kind of enabled in that isolation for 20 years. So, yeah, it's like it takes a lot to be as fucked up as Rudy. Although I will say it's very funny how Rudy has his hands up, which just shows that he burned through his ropes. That he's not like tied up anymore. It's funny. Like, and he doesn't even realize. And that's a great moment because it just shows, oh shit, things just aren't right here. So and again, the whole idea of this scene is that they utilize the ploy, but then twist it to actually be a kidnapping. But yeah, it's funny. Rudy's kind of he's intelligent, but he's a dumbass. But yeah, the fact that they like really genuinely hit her is like the immediate sign that something's just really wrong. Yeah. Yeah, and so I do like this is so one thing I mentioned earlier is that a big part of Eris kind of getting on her path to growth is the fact that she got completely humbled during this whole sequence of events. And so you start to see the little cracks in her outward demeanor. And that's one of those ones where she's seething with rage, but she's like also looks like sounds like she's about to cry. She's like a little she she wants to lash out, but she's starting to realize that that's not working. So, and Rudy's idea doesn't really pan out. It's the fact that it is real that kind of makes it work. But yeah, I do like how this whole thing plays out. That's fun. And then this is nice because it's just confirmation that the scene is actually like more serious than it was set up to be. So it's effective storytelling. Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't call what they did grooming. I mean, again, I mean, part of the thing is that Rudy did act inappropriately at times with Eris, and a big part of that is he just was still completely incapable of understanding just how things work and why certain things were wrong. And then the end of volume 2 is when Rudy learns hand to himself because he ends up pushing things too far with Eris when she seemed to be permissive of some degree of groping. And then he pushes her too far and he upsets her. That really fucks him up. And that's when he says, hands to myself. And that's when he, like, in the books, he literally says, Lolita good, touching bad. And then they make their promise where they said, okay, in 5 years, that's when we can go further. And then that's something Rudy just really takes to heart. And he like holds to that to the point where 3 years later, when Eris is an adult at that point and Rudy's not quite there yet, he's 13 at that point. And then, Eris kind of wants to get doing that. And Rudy's just like, no, this was something I internalized. This was my promise. This was what I said I would do to not hurt you again. He didn't say those exact words, but that was what he was thinking. And then, of course, she basically seduced the crap out of him. Yeah, like she pushed him into it when he was reluctant. Not, and that makes it sound a lot worse than it was. She basically seduced him. Didn't really push him. She seduced him. And then, of course, he had another sexual trauma arc following that, but that's not for right now. Yeah. Yeah, and I will say that it is I think it's a nice choice that that every person he ends up sleeping with is a legal adult as far as the Mushoku Tensei world is concerned. I know they're not legal adults in our world, but it's different there. Where even with Eris, when he was still underage, she was an adult, so he did that. And again, I also like how all three of his wives, the first sexual encounter was initiated by them. I think that's another just an interesting stylistic choice. And even the two people he tried and failed to sleep with because his stuff wasn't working all good. Even they were the ones who tried to initiate that. Yeah, it's funny. I'm actually working on a video right now about kind of so one thing when it comes to so TV, you won't have known this just because you're new, but I tend to cover a lot of like really edgy media. That's just kind of my thing. And one thing I've realized is that anything that's edgy or sexual is going to have an initial hurdle to jump over to kind of accept it as a work of art, essentially. Like you have to, and I went through this whole journey myself where I used to kind of have the idea that something being sexual detracts from artistic value. Then I ended up in 2016 was my kind of introduction into weeb shit, where somebody bait and switched me into reading Katawa Shoujo. And then I realized, like, wow, the sex scenes in this thing are actually, like, they're not really good jacking off material, but they're, like, actually contribute to this story, and it kind of re-evaluated my whole way of thinking about things. And now I'm at the point where I can, even stuff that's outwardly extreme or fucked up, I can now kind of view that. But there is this hurdle there, and you have to get over it to really appreciate something. And with Mushoku Tensei, that hurdle is Rudy's early behavior, where again, he does just act creepy towards underage people, including somebody he perceives as underage. Yeah, and that's one of those things where I think the books, that hurdle is much lower just because you really get a look inside him. So I'm working on a video kind of talking about that versus the anime. But yeah, I do think you can still get over the hurdle in the anime, but it's a little bit higher than the books. I kind of get where some people are coming from, because some of the stuff he does that's creepy just doesn't have the associated context that lessens it. And hey, man, I mean, I wasn't always the same person I am today. I changed a lot in my 29 years of life. So, and yeah, but yeah, honestly, ever since like 2016, that when I was bait and switched into Katawa Shoujo, that kind of was a very defining moment in my personality developing to what it is. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, the thing about the book is that in the book you're just in his head constantly. It's just there. So you're almost immersed in the way Rudy thinks. So that, yeah, yeah, and honestly, I feel the same way. It's fine for people to just say, this is not for me, and I think that's completely valid. I don't mind people not liking something. I just want them to not like it for the right reasons. It's like a while back when I was when I made that video about Sayano Uta with what as a response to Ange's video, and as I've said in the video, I'll mention here, I like Ange. He's a good dude. We're on good terms. Always have been. Likely always will be. But I felt like my issue with him wasn't that he didn't like Sayano Uta. I thought he just didn't like it for the wrong reasons. So yeah. Yeah, that's another weird thing. I don't like people projecting their thoughts on stuff like that onto other people. Like, yeah, and it's weird to have that much hatred for Mushoku Tensei. Again, it's one of those things where I can understand why people might not vibe with it, but it's really weird when you say, "Oh, everybody who likes this thing is awful." And granted, part of that is my focus on a lot of edgy stuff. Like, so a while back, I made a video on the Euphoria hentai, which is an adaptation of a visual novel, and I really liked the visual novel. Fucking hated the hentai because it was bad, and and it's one thing is while mostly people who watch that video are on my side, there are some people who are so ridiculous about so here's the thing. Again, I read the visual novel out of morbid curiosity, and it's one of those things I don't really like that kind of content. So the H scenes were not really my thing, but the story itself in the visual novel was actually very good. Like, I think once everything kind of came together and you understood what was going on, I was like, holy shit, this is like something else. Then I watched the hentai specifically to make a video on it, and I'm like, oh, it was bad. It's just not. It was just really poorly written. Everything about it was awful. Did it feel good? Yeah, yeah. The hentai was definitely much more of a fetish thing. I mean, there was the fetishistic aspect in the visual novel, but there was also a real story behind it. And I will say, once I finished, the thing is, so much of your perspective gets altered once you access the true route of the visual novel. Completely recontextualizes everything. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend the hentai. It's just not very good. I will say the opening scene of the first episode is like the only part I really liked about it, because I thought that opening was just it as a horror show, because Euphoria is a psychological horror. I thought that intro was done very well. The first two episodes are okay-ish. The rest is where it completely goes off the rails. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's very extreme. The visual novel is very extreme. Honestly, the visual novel has some things that are more extreme than the hentai. But it's one of those things I understand completely if people want to avoid it. But I always say that if you can handle it, it should be on your reading list. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, Euphoria is one of those things you kind of have to be in it for the long haul, or it's not going to hit the same, because the true route quite literally just changes everything, and it just recontextualizes everything. Yeah, yeah. It's one of those ones where, again, even when I read the visual novel, there were a couple scenes that were difficult for me to get through, and I have pretty thick skin, so I get people who don't want to watch it. I mean, who don't want to read it, but like, it's one of those It's my biggest like hear me out thing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, that's kind of like not that long for a visual novel. There are plenty that are longer than that. I mean, I recommend the Love trilogy, and that's like 100 hours. Yeah, and I do really like that scene right there where she finally like lets her stubborn demeanor break, and she like is willing to just ask for help when in like a time of great need. Then she immediately breaks her promise. It's hilarious. And again, it's funny. Like again, she does share some of the traits of a tsundere, kind of that like begrudging admission of how they're really feeling. But yeah, I do like that. Like how they're showing the cracks early on before she's really starting to grow. Yeah, I have no idea if the voice contributes to that or not. I like it as a stylistic decision, but it's hard to say. Yeah. Yeah. Although, okay, one thing I really like about this part is they don't really it doesn't become obvious until later, but I really like how her stubbornness has kind of again been redirected here because so her stubbornness became from rather than just rebellious stubbornness to I'm going to do whatever the hell I want. She almost becomes stubborn in her promise to Rudy. She promised to basically he she promised to shut the hell up, and how despite everything that happens up to then, she like makes it her purpose to stay shutting up. And it's really it's very funny because they reveal it kind of right when she gets back, and you don't really notice it until you rewatch what's going on, because it's actually even in times where it would make sense for her to forget about it and shout and yell, she completely stays silent regardless because she made the promise. And that's how she ends up developing over time. And that line is actually interesting because I think she actually is starting to respect him a little bit at this point. She respects him enough that at least like she sees that he's powerful, that he can kind of protect her, and also she respects him enough to actually follow a promise to him. It's kind of neat. Yeah, I do like those little slow motion shots on his face when he does that. That's almost like what you would see in a more Western show. A lot of times that's like the point where you do like a dolly zoom, where essentially they zoom in on the face while the background kind of goes away. Like I remember learning about this in school. The way they kind of do it is they either turn up the zoom while pulling back, or they turn down the zoom while going in, while actually moving the camera inward, and it creates a really unique effect. It was done in pretty famously. It was in Jaws was when that was most prominently used. Although also Guardians of the Galaxy 2, there was a pretty good use of it there. But it's just an interesting that they did that. They did not do that instead of the way they did it. I'm not sure which I would have preferred, but it's an interesting how there's different ways to convey the same idea. So I will say, while I do really like this scene, the one thing that kind of bugs me about it is that nobody mentions the fact that this child is silent casting magic. Like nobody even brings it up, even though that's supposedly this like thing that only magical geniuses can do in this world. See, that's the thing. She's freaking out, but she ends up shutting herself up to mention it. Do I mention it? I don't remember honestly. It's been a long time, not only since my read of the books. I think they're a little surprised by his magical power, but I don't know that he was. They mentioned his silent casting. Again, it's even though I read it a second time, it's been a while since my reread, so I can't remember. Yeah, and the only comment they make is like, "Oh, you're pretty good at magic." Yeah, yeah, and that's another issue. The books didn't do this amazingly. They didn't really. Yeah, I don't think the books did a great job of showing how much money was worth. Although they definitely, they did okay with it, but I don't know. They 100 Asuran coins doesn't sound like a lot, even though it's like a ridiculous amount of money. I mean, maybe that's possible. Although I question it just because yeah, in the books, I know that the leader of this bandit group is a North Saint. So you'd think that somebody at that level of skill would probably know a little bit about magic, just if only just so he can fight against it. Yeah, and that's fine. And my perspective is almost the opposite because I read the books. It's been a while ago, but yeah. Yeah, it's 100 coins. The thing is, the when it comes to any kind of currency, you never it's all relative because it could be like, even looking at like something like ancient Rome, depending on what time period in ancient Rome is, the same amount of money can be worth vastly different amounts because they ended up having an inflation problem towards the end of their. Yeah. Yeah, the books kind of go into it where they mention that I think Galain makes 4 gold coins a month and Rudy makes uh, 2 silver a month, although that's slightly below going rate. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. It's not super important because they don't. It's not a main sticking point of the series, but it's one of those things where I think that moment would have had a bit more if they kind of went into what the money was worth. Yeah, they do mention it a bit, but it's not super important long term. I want to see if I recognize anything. So there's Guilty Gear. I'm actually kind of surprised. I didn't notice this when I first watched it. It's not normal for them to actually have real names of real things in anime. Usually they call it something similar. Oh, that's another Guilty Gear. I I don't I can't quite I can't quite read what these are, but okay, that's interesting. I was trying to see how much of the stuff I recognized, but yeah, it's like I don't know. Even I guess Japanese trademark law is weird. I would say anything around Japanese IP law is kind of interesting, just because like they don't have like actual fair use over there. They just protect parody. It's It's a whole thing over there that I do not understand. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, and that's true because I mean, canonically, Rudy has played Rance because in the first volume of the series, aside from all the references he makes throughout the series, but in the first volume, he like actually is kind of hinting that the Supered might be Kalar. But yeah, so yeah, but I think this okay, and I do love this moment in the anime specifically, how it just visually shows the moment she first becomes truly impressed by Rudy. Like she really actually starts looking up to him at this point. But I also like this fight scene because it showcases Rudy doing his outside the box style of fighting, which just is how he manages to do things moving forward. Let's see. So he did the fireworks, a distraction, and then the smoke screen. Yeah, that's. But it's also doing a good job of showcasing something that I don't think the last few episodes really did great, is showing that, a good swordsman has answers to magic, which you wouldn't think is necessarily the case. Even in video games where things are deliberately balanced to be fair for any type of styles, people who use magic usually have some sort of advantage against people who are using melee. The firework might be. I'm kind of un. Yeah, well, it was a signal. Yeah, again, it's been a while since I've read the books. It was a signal, but it could also serve as a distraction. Yeah, yeah. I will say one of my biggest complaints about the series is that North God style was so underutilized. Like I think it's the coolest of the three swordplay styles, so I would have liked to see a lot more of it. And also coming up, this is so far of what I've seen in the anime, this is my favorite thing that they've done. Just the way that they showcase Galain using the Sword of Light is just visually, it's fucking awesome. That I think like this right here, this was one of those things where it was at this moment I knew, holy shit, I'm really going to like this show. Because just stylistically, this is way cooler than anything they described in the books. Because I mean, the Sword of Light is one of those things where it's, yeah, it's not, it's yeah, it's yeah. That's the thing is, they I don't think they gave it a name at this point in the books yet. But I mean, they mentioned that the Sword of Light is a thing that you need to be able to do to become a saint tier swordsman, at least a saint, a sword saint specifically. Not the other two styles don't use Sword of Light, but and the fact that this saint level ability looks this awesome and devastating, it's just it shows a lot of what this kind of thing can do. Yeah, and yeah, part of it is also Ghislaine is fucking insane. That's one of the things that really needs to be hammered home. Ghislaine is again one of the best swordsmen in the world at this point. Like there's only a handful of sword kings, and I want to say there were like, at least in the books, there were like two or three sword emperors, and I don't even know actually because I remember I think I remember the bonus chapter of volume 2 showing the sword god having a 2-on-1 match with two sword emperors. But yeah, like Ghislaine is like upper echelon swordsman. So it's cool to see her established as this like overpowering figure. And also this is just it just looks great. And it showcases that swords really are on the same level as magic, at least in terms of combat. Which is something that's hard to parse in other forms of fantasy media. And also this right here is great because the ringing in the ears is a very common storytelling thing that they use to showcase when somebody is traumatized or in shock. And Rudy finally like seeing up close and personal how just violence can happen. Like it's kind of shocked him and kind of broken him away from his initial like he was still even before this point he was still kind of thinking almost like he was still doing the ruse. And I think this is the moment he's like, holy shit, this is all very, very real. And yeah, also that, and that's also, I will say, that's a bit like what you're saying is a big positive of the, an anime as opposed to a book is that you can show these things visually. Yeah. Yeah, and well, yeah, I mean, also Eris just seems like the type of person who doesn't get phased by stuff very easily. So I mean, I doubt she's ever actually really seen this kind of violence before, but also she doesn't seem like the person who would really care. Oh, and I will also one thing I will say, I want to go back to the sort of light a bit. Another interesting thing I did notice, and I forgot about it until I wrote the until I looked at my notes, but I do like how this does a little bit right there. You can see this does a little bit of mix of Eastern and Western stuff. So, as I've mentioned before, Mushoku Tensei's world is largely based on European fantasy. A lot of JRPG stuff is, I mean, that just seems like the kind of thing that, well, from what I understand, the early JRPG developers were all big nerds who played tabletop RPGs. So, and a lot of those tabletop RPGs were made in the West and were inspired by Western fantasy. So, when the JRPGs developers started making the first JRPGs like the original Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, they styled them after the tabletop RPGs that they already loved. And you can even see that in a lot of the ways the gameplay works in old JRPGs. But so that kind of the start of video gamey fantasy in Japanese works has been European flavored. But I love how this kind of incorporates the Japanese kind of samurai, the thing where they teleport behind the person and you realize that, oh, they've actually cut them in half. Even though she's in a Western fantasy type of character, even though, Beast Folk are more of an Eastern introduction into Western fantasy. But, she's a very westernized character with a long sword, not a katana or a wakizashi. She, but with her, Western weapon, does the Japanese teleport thing. And then, a few seconds later, they die. So I thought that was a really neat blend of the two broader fictional influences. Yeah, and then it takes a few seconds to break him out of it, so he's freaking out. Yeah. And of course, bloodstained hands. That's definitely not symbolism at all, right? And of course, I'm joking because That's like honestly one of the oldest like literary pieces of symbolism that we know of. Like that's even a thing in the Bible where, and that was written, you know, pretty much all of those were written at least 1500 years ago. So like with the idea of I think it was Pontius Pilate not being able to wash the blood off of his hands. Like again, it's such an old piece of oh yeah, he's fucked. Yeah. Oh, they're gonna do so much worse to him. And I love that moment. She's like, "Is my promise fulfilled?" And even though she broke it a couple times, that was understandable outbursts. But it's one of those things where that moment is when you realize, oh shit, she's actually been keeping quiet specifically because of her promise to him, and now she's kind of able to release it. And of course, Rudy completely misses it. Yeah. Yeah, and that's that's another thing I wish that the yeah, that's true. The sad music definitely enhances it. But one thing I do miss about the books is that this whole speech is completely recontextualized when you hear from Galain, where she mentions, oh, she that the guy she stopped was a North Saint, which is like that was, and she basically said, wow, that was way more dangerous than it had any right to be. He handled himself surprisingly well considering, and that just showcases Rudy's inferiority complex, which again, I don't think the anime does a great job so far of highlighting yet, but it'll get there. And if of course, Rudy thinks he failed, even though he saved her. Yeah, yeah, and that's the point where even he mentioned, yeah, that was a saint in the books. They do mention that it's specifically he was a North Saint. So he was just a step above what you would normally expect. Yeah, yeah, but this moment is good where even Rudy realizes that he's made strides with her. Yeah, and that's funny. It's again, I mentioned it before. Honorifics don't really translate. Calling her Sama is like a sign of deep respect, and now she's saying no. Call me just Eris, which in Japanese culture is it's like a big deal when you become familiar enough with somebody to just use their first name. Because even like friends will a lot of times use honorifics with one another, and it usually just depends on how they first start addressing each other. Like yeah, yeah, and usually you do start on well, here in English we call it the last name, but the family name. Usually you address somebody by their last name, and usually the honorific son, because that's kind of a neutral respective. Yeah. Well, well. The thing is, he probably would refer to her as, uh, you know, Sama, just because of the position. He's her tutor. He's serving the noble family. Since it's since this is kind of based on Western medieval fantasy, I wouldn't be surprised if they use her first name, just because that's just kind of how a lot of Western nobility had done things like the aristocracy, they would refer to the lord and lady by lord first name or lady first name. So that doesn't surprise me. But the point I was getting to is I like how this kind of parallels the beginning of the episode with Galain, where Galain is talking. He calls her Miss Galain in the English translation, but it was Galain San in Japanese, where San is not particularly formal or informal. It's pretty like neutral, polite. And Ghislaine basically says, "No, none of that. Just call me Ghislaine. We're gonna be essentially equals in the eyes of our employment. Just call me Ghislaine." And then parallels this with, "No, don't call me Lady Eris. No, don't call me Eris Sama." Yeah, San. That's like you can use it as good friend for that, but like the thing is, if you were first introduced to somebody, you would probably use San as general, unless there's some reason for you to use something else. So like if you were meeting like the CEO of your company, you would say Sama, or if you met a child, you might call them Chan or Kun. But San is kind of the default. Yeah. And the thing is, just because you're using San doesn't mean they're not somebody you're close to. You could just, I mean, a lot of times it's just a case of you address somebody by a certain way, and it just kind of, you stay addressing them that way even as your relationship changes. Yeah. And that is a nice, interesting point. Is that yeah, this is actually his first real job, and that's kind of funny. But yeah, I do like how that just ended up working as a hey, things are kind of moving in a positive direction now. Which again, don't forget, this is still the prologue, and they're still just kind of introducing Eris to the viewer, and this is just how their relationship starts out, where they kind of develop this initial bond that goes on until episode 8 before they start to really develop as far as character arcs go. Okay, and I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. I really should make a BRB screen, but then I would have to change the scene in all three OBS instances. But I will be right back, just a minute or two. All right, I'm back. And yeah, that's true. That the reason I do that is because this is just a quick way to get it to show on all three screens. Again, I mean, wouldn't be that hard. I could probably also assign the scene switch to a hotkey and just have it be the same hotkey every single for every single instance, and that would probably work. Again, I'm new to multi-streaming. I don't really know how that all works, but I assume that's how that works. Okay, so let me just bring this there and okay. There we go. Let's get up and let's get on to episode 6. We're actually at a faster clip than last week. Yeah, any day now. There we go. Yeah, it was definitely a learning curve learning the multi-streaming stuff, and the thing that really annoyed me is there are ways to kind of essentially feed the stream into one area and then have it split out into multiple platforms. I can't do that for my stream because each of the 3 streams has to have something different on them. YouTube needs the filter and the muting, so it has to be its own thing because I don't want to include that on the other streams if I don't have to. Then and then of course Twitch. For those of you who don't know, Twitch has some really stupid rules with multi-streaming. I think Twitch allows multi-streaming basically under protest because they used to not let you do it if you were an affiliate. Granted, I'm not an affiliate on Twitch, but basically I chose Kick because it's just the third streaming platform, and I figure why not. Also, Kick is one of those things where if you can get a following on Kick, there's a lot of options there just because they take pretty much the lowest. Kick basically takes the lowest cut of any of the major platforms just because they're funded by a shady gambling service. So they're basically Kick was created because YouTube banned slots, and a big crypto slots company was basically losing out on a lot of revenue. So they basically created Kick specifically so they had a place to advertise there. And while that comes with a lot of issues, the one positive thing about it is that they don't have to rely on alternative revenue sources. So they're able to actually do things that improve the viewer experience and the creator experience if you are not bothered by the fact that it is funded by a shady crypto gambling company. But like one of the things about it from a creator's perspective, I feel like it's almost, if you're multi-streaming anyway, it kind of doesn't make sense to not do Kick just because monetization is the easiest of all 3 platforms to get started, and it's the highest cut you get as a creator. Like they only take a 10% cut of any money, and YouTube takes a 45% cut, and Twitch, I believe, takes a 50+% cut. So it's it's kind of a no-brainer. But yeah, and yeah, that's true. It's a lot of freedom, and also just due to the terms of service on both YouTube and Twitch, because YouTube does not. I have to do the stuff for Content ID, and Twitch does not allow combined chats. So yeah, I know historically it's been when you subscribe to somebody on Twitch, $250 goes to the creator, $250 goes to Twitch. Yeah. But yeah, and so also, yeah, Kick is the only platform where I don't have to have some sort of restriction. Yeah, that's one of those things I was originally planning on doing exactly that on trying to stream Erige on Kick. Because the thing is, it's one of those things where technically I read through the terms of service. Technically, it's not against the rules, but it seems like the kind of thing they would probably de facto ban anyway. Yeah. But okay, let's get into this. Yeah, and I will say it's hard to get just from the anime. It's hard to get a real read on Philip because you can tell he's very manipulative, but you also can't tell if he's like he actually might be a decent enough dude. And they do show he's not the worst, but it's interesting. Yeah, yeah, that's true. He was. I mean, he's one of those characters who he seemed like he could have some potential. I mean, it's one of those things where there's so many other characters in the series that it's hard to get too annoyed when one just doesn't really feature that much. Because I mean, he is interesting, but he's not that interesting to me. But I do like him for his role. And of course that's funny, although again, it doesn't do a great job of showing him as anything but a creep because again, there's just so many nuanced things that you don't really see in the anime. Although I also do like the kind of misdirection we get with Hilda, how for her introduction, the few times we see her, you just kind of assume that she's a bitch. Although later you kind of realize, oh, this is her own trauma response to things. Saros is another great side character. It's basically the eccentric old man is great. But another thing I do like about Saros is he is kind of uh, he has a lot of the same hot-headedness as Eris, but he but it's also it's channeled into a more positive direction. So it's nice to see a lot of the family history there because Eris is spoiled and but she's also just kind of insane, and Saros is the same kind of insane, but he just kind of channeled it differently into being a leader basically, even though he is also just again kind of insane. And I mean, and I know the books actually go into a little bit more about where the gray rats, uh, some of the family commonalities there, like the fact that the gray rats tend to really be into beast folk, and also tend to really like big tits, which is one of the things where they point out where Rudy is a little bit of an anomaly for being attracted to Sylphie and Roxy that way. And I also, well, another thing I like about Saros is, yeah, he does get shit done. But another just amusing thing about him is how he is almost the antithesis to the politicking that Philip set up, where he doesn't mask anything. He just 100% goes all out with what he's thinking. His heart is on his sleeve. Like, it's not what you would expect from the patriarch of an upper nobility family. And of course, Philip is just like, yeah, this is him. He's completely used to it. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to say. I have a feeling that the sex thing. I mean, part of it might be a genetic component where they might actually just be overly horny, but also I think it's mostly there as a joke. Like it's funny because like you introduced to Paul as this kind of horny asshole, and then you realize the entire family are horny assholes, and it's just amusing. And then there's just other little commonalities that are played up for humor, like the Beast Folk thing. Like when eventually Eris meets the two idiots in the school arc, he she ends up kind of just obsessing over them, and it's really funny. Yeah, I might. Yeah, and again, it also this scene also does a great job of showing that the hotheadness, while he is channeling it in a more positive direction, it's not all positives. He did act like a dick to his kid and just kind of didn't acknowledge that. I also like how he communicates solely in yelling. Yeah, and of course they just come out and say it. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, I don't know that it's a particularly deep thing for thing uh, for the gray rats, my or the Boreas gray rats specifically. I just think it's mostly a joke. So like I think it was just something that Odifagine probably thought was funny, and it makes sense. Doesn't really matter the reason, but it's just it's amusing. And I think it also this is the first time we actually see Eris happy, which is kind of neat. Yeah, yeah, that's that thing is because again, as was mentioned in the books, at this point, it's explicitly the only people she likes are Ghislaine and her grandfather. So it's like when she respects somebody, she's willing to actually take them seriously. And again, I do find this whole thing funny. It just shows what a disconnect basically the entire Boreas gray rat family has, where Rudy was like actually being the adult here, which is weird, especially at this point in the story where he's very much not mature. But he's like basically saying, "Hey, if she wants something, just have her ask for it herself." And then they just have the weird beast folk fetish thing. And of course, and then as before, they're undercutting serious moments with humor. And I will, yeah, yeah, that's true. But one thing I do like is that I do like how Philip kind of breaks his purely noble mask to be also kind of like acting like a dumbass. So I do like how they have his character break just a little bit, although I don't know. I'm not sure how much I like this guy here just kind of providing exposition at this point. Yeah, again that right there is something that in the books it's just kind of something Rudy kind of realizes and doesn't just have the little underlying part of their personality just kind of explicitly spelled out. It's like I'll give an example. This is the kind of thing that really bugs me in writing. I really don't like it when writers just don't respect the intelligence of the readers or the viewers or the audience in general, where they come up with something interesting or clever and just feel the need to explicitly tell you about it. So the example I like to use is, granted, I should probably come up with an example that's a little bit more well known, but I really like the visual novel Shining Song Star Nova. It's a comfort read of mine. It's not the best, but it's pretty good. But one thing, there's one character, the Tsundere, who and what that visual novel likes to play around with a lot of the anime tropes, but the Tsundere character has like her whole big thing is like she has abandonment issues. And that's just kind of the driver of her whole character, why she acts the way she does, why she's as rebellious. And then at one point there's a line of dialogue early on in her route where she's like, "You're not going to abandon me, right?" And that just, as much as I like that visual novel, that just pisses me the fuck off, because it's just like, you have an interesting thing going on here. You don't need to explicitly point it out, and that's what I feel this line is doing. That is interesting how they all crowd around the one side of the table. Yeah, I guess it makes sense since the table is not going to be full. But yeah. Okay, this is another thing I really like about Ghislaine, where she's another character who's not like, again, not dumb, but also not like massively intelligent like a lot of likable characters tend to be. But one thing that's really great about her is that she just completely locks in when it comes to sword fighting. Even as she's a teacher, she kind of loses all of her previous like any kind of emotional instability, I should say. That not exactly the right word, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but again, it's one of those things. That's probably the best they could have done in the anime, given that they're not all in Rudy's head, since he just kind of realizes it inside his head. But yeah, yeah, it made sense enough. But that's just a pet peeve of mine. But yeah, but when it comes to Ghislaine, I do like how she has these various mannerisms in general, where she likes to poke fun a little bit. She does have emotional reactions to things, and she does kind of get distracted by stuff sometimes, like particularly the meat, because she's a dog. But again, when she's sword fighting, this is just what she is and what she's good at, what she loves. She completely locks in even when she's just instructing, and I really like that. Oh, and then of course having that big moment of triumph right before the swell in the music, I like that a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and I know they don't go into it a whole lot in the anime, but I do like the whole thing Rudy has with his figurines, because it's one of those things where he's actually dedicating himself to a craft. Now it's something that gives him a sense of purpose and drive, and that's like one of those things like, holy shit, he's actually like producing something and he's dedicated to it, as opposed to his old life where in the books he mentions that in the books he mentions that he would have a tendency to pick up a new hobby and then drop it shortly later. And this one, he's like actually sticking with the figurines. It even becomes a major part of the story later on when he transfers that to Zenoba. And but yeah, I do like how he's actually found something he's interested in, and he actually starts dedicating real time and effort into doing it. Yeah, yeah. I heard they don't do that in season 2, and that's a shame because I do really like how I think every one of them has done things pretty well so far. Yeah, and that yeah, I do like. Again, I mentioned it earlier in the beginning of the previous episode. Like, I do love how earnest Ghislaine is when she's doing her studies. It's like it's very endearing, and it also goes to show that Ghislaine, again, she's not like dumb, but she's like way less dumb than you would initially think she is. She is actually like she's not stupid. She has some intelligence in there, and it's just she was never taught these things, and she just focused on swordplay. And this is just funny. It's funny seeing Eris all excited, but then just fucking lights the place on fire. Oh yeah, definitely a big part of yeah, a big part of Rudy's existence in this new world. A lot of it is he's been forced to is he just retreating is not an option for most of the story, at least until the point where he's able to kind of grow up. Because I mean, obviously, there's the fact that he starts in the house in volume 1, and he's you know s- stays inside until Roxy basically forces him out. But then eventually the displacement event happens, and Rudy's sent to the demon continent. He kind of has to do shit or he's gonna die. So he like doesn't matter if you're Hikikomori at heart. You're getting up and doing shit. Yeah, and I do think that's a lot of things that when it comes to Rudy specifically, a lot of his moments of growth, aside from the ones where he hurts somebody and then resolves to never do that again, a lot of points in his growth come from essentially he's being pushed into out of his comfort zone and forced to confront his fears. And once he does, he comes away stronger for it. And then so this is another thing where this is like this scene specifically makes me partly understand why people are averse to the series, just because again, without the full context of Rudy's internal workings, this just seems really bad. And yeah, they do show Rudy's old self. They do show that he is, you can logic out that he is a pretty fucked up person who just needs to overcome all his trauma before he can actually become like a functioning member of society. But it's less obvious than it was in the anime. But I do like this interact this dynamic between the two of them, because one thing about Rudy is, as I mentioned, he learns certain moral and emotional boundaries when he crosses a line, hurts somebody he cares about, and then he corrects his behavior so that that doesn't happen again. It wasn't as obvious in the anime, but when he ended up pulling down Sylphie's underwear, thinking she was a boy, and he hurt her then, he becomes so overly concerned about her boundaries that he actually kind of takes it too far and gets weird around her. And so that's kind of how he turns things until they repair things and then things move on. But that was his first learn. He's like, I can't cross these major boundaries. And then later at the end of volume 2, when he ends up going too far with Eris and hurts her, that's when he learns hands to myself. But here, he is acting in a way that doesn't completely mess with Eris too much because she has very thick skin. It's going to take a lot to phase her. So the reason he's not learning that this stuff is bad right now is because he's still, because she's just not giving him the type of reaction he needs to think over himself. And so, but it's also funny because he's only really crosses lines with the person who can kick his ass. Like, and then it has this scene where she wakes up. Yeah, no, it's not grooming, he's just creeping. But this moment is fucking funny. Yeah, yeah, and that's true. That's the thing about Eris is that she is very part of her hot headedness is like an incredible emotional resilience as well. So she's able to kind of handle things that other people can't handle. And again, like you're not supposed to agree with Rudy's actions here. It, but again, I think the anime does not do the most amazing job of just really explaining why Rudy is the way he is. But also, it's funny because Eris is able to kick his ass in response. So it almost feels like they're on equal footing here. Like, like this frame is so funny. Just seeing, and like the pause, it's. And also and I will say that little bit of where she just did the punch and the kick, that was pretty beautifully animated. Yeah. Yeah, I will say, and another thing that, again, the anime doesn't do a whole lot about Rudy is that he acts in a way because he has at least an adult's intellect. I wouldn't say he has an adult brain because emotionally, and he's still a child, but intellectually, he's an adult. Whenever he tries to act like a child, that's when he comes off as really weird. And this seems like one of those instances where, Rudy doesn't cry. So I don't know. It feels weird and uncomfortable, and I think that's the point. But they don't showcase that beforehand. Yeah, that's true. Although I do one thing that is notable here with this scene is that Rudy is starting to barely be able to kind of see how other people work. So he's at least figured out that Eris is kind of fascinated with adventuring, like the adventuring lifestyle and swordplay specifically. She really looks up to Galain and all that. So he knew that an adventuring story would be the way to kind of get through to her. It's a nice little touch. I don't know. The framing of this scene I find amusing, just because it has the glowing light when she's telling the story to make it more dramatic, even though it's a pretty simple story. And then of course you can see that was just a stylistic decision, because once they cut back to all three of them, that little glow is not there. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. And again, I've mentioned it before, but I really love how Ghislaine just completely locks in when it's swordplay. She no distractions. She's immediately yelling out instructions. It, it is a nice storytelling thing. Yeah, and that is a problem Rudy ends up having overall, which is he yeah, I can imagine with swordplay. I mean, she does seem like a very good swordplay instructor, although she doesn't mesh with Rudy's learning style. Just because, I mean, she mentions don't think with your head. That's a big problem of his. Where my theory is that even if Rudy never had his issue with battle aura, because he can't have a battle aura, so he'll never be a particularly good swordsman regardless. I still have a feeling he wouldn't have gotten that good at swordplay, just because he tends to think with his head too much. Like he doesn't react, even when he's does his outside the box thinking later on in the series, how he uses magic in interesting ways. Even though he does, those are kind of reactions to things, he's also still thinking about this stuff, and it's coming very quickly. So it's not reactive like swordplay or like any other martial art is. Yeah, the way I see it is I think Rudy views Ghislaine as just an expert in something that he is not an expert in. Yeah, I mean, there's some truth to that. I mean, I think Paul's issue is that he was naturally talented, but he never really was able to develop the discipline to actually understand swordplay. He just kind of he gets it, but he doesn't really understand it. And it's not kind of until you kind of really explore the upper echelons of stuff. And but you look at someone like Ruijerd, who we're not going to get to in this stream, but he's becomes one of Eris's swordplay instructors, and I mean, I don't think they ever say how good he is specifically, but he has also a very intellectual way of fighting where he knows what he's going to do, and he's just so practiced that he can do it instinctively, but he can explain his entire thought process. Like the thing that always the scene I really liked in the books is when after Rudy gets the demon eye from Kishirika, and he learns to control it. He learns how to see into the future. Then he just completely obliterates Eris in swordplay, because even though she's better at swordplay than him, he can see the future. And then he wants to test it against Ruijerd, and he's seeing the future, and he sees a split in the future, like where he gets hit in one side and the other at the same time. And then afterwards they said, oh yeah, I was going to do one of two different things depending on how you reacted. So that was just a way of Ruijerd kind of intellectualizing his expertise in swordplay. And I feel like Ghislaine, because she's reached Sword King and trained directly under the Sword God, I feel like she kind of gets it. I mean, I'm curious about how he'd rank, because I imagine he would be pretty good. Probably around. My guess he would probably be like right on the border of Saint and King. Yeah, I'm just curious because he's good, but he's not like he's not fighting the top guys on his own. North Emperor. Okay. Oh, he's better than I thought. Huh. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Also, he probably has a little bit of. Yeah, I'm trying to think I'm trying to because thinking about how things play out towards the end of the series, Ruijerd never struck me as the kind of guy who really would have held his own against a lot of the biggest people they fight. Yeah, that's true. He's definitely very experienced. He's definitely very good at what he does. But I mean, I think if he goes up against like again like they go up against a lot of they go against a couple of North I believe North Emperors. They go against no a North Emperor and two North Kings. I don't know. I feel like Ruijerd, just based on how he was in the books, would have struggled. But I don't know. Yeah, yeah, and that's the thing. That's just another showcase of why I don't think Rudy would ever have been great. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's yeah. Let's be real. Orsted is definitely a step above pretty much anything. Yeah. So yeah, Orsted is, according to the list of the seven great powers, Orsted is technically the number two spot. However, the number one spot is the technique god who just doesn't make an appearance in the main series, and it's questionable as whether Orsted is actually number two or number one because yeah, well, Orsted has canonically reached the god level in every single discipline. Yeah, he like I'm pretty sure he's even god tier with magic with all the magic styles. He just doesn't use it because of his own spells. But yeah, he's really good. Like there's one point where he actually yeah, I don't know if I want to really mention the specifics, but he comes across against Orsted at one point goes up against a really high level fighter at one point. I don't think it, yeah, not one of the seven powers, but somebody who was strong enough that they were actively a threat to other really powerful characters and was basically holding them hostage. And Orsted just kind of walks up and just kills them without even thinking about it. So he's and that's a person who was built up to be really strong. So he's on a completely different level. Like I don't know if I mentioned if that happens this way in the anime, but in the books when Rudy has his fight with Orsted, at one point he's just like, "Huh, you made me." It's like you made me draw my weapon. That's impressive. Yeah, yeah. Uh, I'll be honest. I can resonate with Rudy a bit here. There are some. I mean, not so much lately because I mean my current job is still relatively new, so I'm not haven't done enough to be sick of it. But there have definitely been times where like I wake up to my alarm and I'm just like, fuck, I don't want to go to work. Yeah, I did hear about that. I know Natalie mentioned that. I think that was the same one Natalie mentioned in the chat. So I'm going to watch that at some point. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I figured that's what you meant. I trust me, there are definitely times when brain just doesn't work. Yeah. Uh I mean, granted, I'm 29. I've been working for a while now, so I'm used to. You get used to it. It starts out tough. There are some days when it's rough. Yeah, yeah. I mean, to be fair, yeah. If you're out doing stuff for a significant portion of the day, that's basically work. And metal work is not. That's a reasonably intense job. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, ultimately, if you have some sort of satisfaction with the job and you have a decent boss and coworkers, that's the most important thing. You can get through a lot of jobs that way. Yeah, I will say one thing I do like about this is how they don't forget about Sylphie, how they do mention her a couple times leading up, just to reinforce that she's still an important person to Rudy and that he doesn't hasn't forgotten about her. The anime, still does bring her. I mean, the books still do bring her up every so often, but it's not bad. Hey, I mean, look, trades are pretty good jobs if that's the direction you want to go. I love the strings in the background here. It's one of it almost seems reminiscent of the soundtrack of Psycho, where they have the string the dissonant strings getting louder and louder until the murder happens. But of course, it's Eris. Yeah, and I, I can't be sure, but it definitely seems like a bit of a reference to Psycho. But also, it's actually shows a good point, that fact that she's completely burned out and Rudy recognizes that. Like, it's again, he's starting to actually care about the people around him, and like, he gets it. Yeah, I do, and I do like how the death he witnessed still bothers him. Yeah. Yeah, well, in the world, they kind of explain that they don't even really think of things in blocks of time like we do. A day is a day is a day. Yeah, they don't have weeks. And Rudy just, he mentioned a day off every 7 days because in our world, we think of that as a week. So get one day off a week. And 7 day the number seven has some cultural significance in this world, so it made sense for him to just pick seven, because like there's the seven great powers that and all sorts of other stuff that I'm not thinking of right now. But I mean, granted, also in actual real medieval times, you yeah, it doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like they have a Sabbath, but in real medieval times, like back then, people didn't generally get days off because whatever work needed to be done, especially since a lot of people for a long time were farming. And the crops don't take a break once a week, so you had to work. And another thing that's nice is that even though she's still beating the shit out of Rudy a lot, she doesn't. You can notice that her hits are getting a lot less violent. Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's just ultimately, for most of human history, uh, the way people have just kind of worked and society worked is, you know, early before even like societies were really a thing. People spent all their days hunting and gathering because that's just how they do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, I'm not religious either, but it's one of those a lot of it's not weird to me that religions would want you to dedicate time to the religion itself. And also one thing is a lot of religious rules for various cultures do have their origins in actual practicality. So, for example, if you know that in Judaism and Islam, you're not allowed to eat pork. And a big reason for that is because back in the day, before they really knew about pathogens and all that stuff, there was a very real risk of getting trichinosis when eating pork if you didn't cook it enough. And for the record, that's why nowadays, even when you buy pork from the supermarket, that's why you're supposed to cook it all the way through. You don't have medium rare pork. So that religious rule likely stemmed from, yeah, they said don't eat them because pork can get you sick, and it just kind of became a religious rule. And then, if you want to look at a completely different religion, in Hindu culture, cows are sacred. You can't eat beef. And one of the reasons people think that happened is because for the lower castes, a lot of times, a lot of lower caste people might have a cow, and a cow is expensive, so it's like the most valuable aspect. It's the most valuable asset a family might have, and having these religious rules against eating the cow encourages them to keep the cow and then continue, collecting its milk every day. So eventually, the amount of milk you get outpaces the amount of calories you get from eating the cow. So it's one of those things where the religious rule actually has a practical effect because, poor family needs food, and it would be tempting to just kill the cow and get a lot of food right at once in exchange for having less food in the long term. So, I mean, it's an interesting area of study. It's like, even though I'm not religious, I actually really like fictional religions. I think it's very interesting to see how religion impacts a fictional story. And I do like how the how Roa is very colorful in this scene. Just kind of showcases Rudy and Eris's excitement over things. Because again, like look at this, all these different colors of the different tarps. I mean, it's not the same color every time they go out. Essentially, like in the previous time it was night, so it was all dark and scary, but that's because they got attacked. Then it gets nice and bright and colorful when they're exploring because they're both happy to explore this place for the first time. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, I mean, I grew up Catholic. I was raised in a Catholic family. Not super strict Catholic, but Catholic. And so I went to religious education for most of my up until my teenage years, and I was confirmed. So again, I have experience with religion, so I know about it, but I'm just not religious now. Yeah. Yeah, that is another interesting concept that has opens a lot of stuff for storytelling. The idea of how the more followers you have, the more powerful the god is. Okay. So yeah, this is where they're starting to get a bit of how the currency works. They don't really go into the exchange rates, I don't think, but it's one of those things where Rifujin kind of just included the money for a bit and then just kind of worked things out so they don't really mention prices much past this point in the story, and they just kind of get to the point of, okay, you know what, however much Rudy needs, I'll find a way for him to just have that much. Okay, so I will say, as funny as this scene here is, it's a little fucking weird that this guy is trying to sell an aphrodisiac to an 8-year-old. It's funny. And of course, that scene's funny, is, he would have been completely fucked if Eris could read. Yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, you know what? That does make sense, maybe. Because he does, he's dressed in noble clothing, and so yeah, again, maybe it's just I'm thinking it might also just be they thought this scene would be funny, because I don't think this happened in the books, if I'm remembering correctly. Again, it's been a while since I've read volume 2, but yeah, I don't think this scene happened in the books quite like that, but I know, I just think they might have added it because they thought it was funny, and then it set up another funny moment later in the story, and I'm okay with that. As much as I'm really diving into every little thing, I am okay with little funny things like that. I do like that. I also like how, like Soros, Eris almost exclusively communicates via yelling. This is great. I I love that right there. Where Ghislaine is just like all happy that she actually did the basic math correctly. Eris is freaking out and pissed because she did it wrong, and Rudy is just pretending to be like a teacher's, dropping his voice down. But I don't know. This scene reminds me a lot of, if you get a chance, I don't think I can show it on stream, but yeah, it is. That's great. Again, Ghislaine's earnestness is my one of my favorite qualities of hers. But yeah, so I don't think I can show it on stream, especially since YouTube, I already have that muted and everything. That would be a pain to change that. But I would, if you ever look at the Abbott and Costello skit, 7 times 13 equals 28, where it's just full of just bullshit math. This scene reminded me of that, and it's definitely worth a watch. And I do like how he's trying to, again, he's starting to figure her out, where he's like, he realizes, her pride is something he can kind of play with. Yeah, and the thing, but that I don't think he even realizes he's doing this, but he's kind of playing her pride against her entitlement. Because a big part of what sure was wrong with her earlier is that, she had this stubbornness, pride, and hot headedness, but also had this idea that, everything should be the way I want it. Everyone should give me what I want. I don't need to do anything besides what I want. And he's now he's playing it against her that, hey, look, when you improve in these ways, you showcase how good you are at things. So he's kind of playing her two flaws against each other in a way he doesn't even recognize. Okay, and yeah, this is definitely an interesting case where they actually kind of explicitly tell you an actual like exchange rate, or at least an estimated exchange rate, which I don't think they did in the books. So one gold, yeah, so a gold piece is about 100,000 yen, so that's gonna be like oh, sorry, gotta ban another person from Kick. Uh, yeah, so actually that's less than I thought it would be, because 100,000 yen is, I think it's around $800 in US dollars. Galain gets 4 gold coins a month. Yeah, it's a Surin gold, yeah. But the thing is, they mentioned that but I mean he's equivocating the exchange rate based on modern day yen, or at least modern day whenever this was set beforehand. But yeah, so again, the exchange rate just seems kind of off, because they mentioned that Galain commands a crazy salary at 4 gold coins a month. So that's like 3.2K in US dollars a month, which is, not an elite level salary. That's like, I don't know. It just seems a little off. At least yeah. And that's another little nice point where, here, I'm gonna flip this because I have a few ideas. Yeah, it may be. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, really? The yen was that much stronger back then? Huh. Okay. Oh, she gets 2 gold pieces. I could have sworn it was 4. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. Because I mean, I never really thought about it that much, but um, I remember just the way it was kind of explained to me years ago was, to think of the yen as about equivalent to a penny, and that was the case for a while before they. I know recently it's definitely dropped to the point where it's like 100 yen is like 70, 80 cents. And this is another example of Rudy kind of playing her pride against her entitlement. He's using, hey, you should learn your own money, earn your own money, and use that for your own self-worth. And that kind of breaks through her mindset of, hey, I can use just my family's money. It's nice. Yeah. Yeah, and again, and it's first, it's funny that the little ahoge jiggles in her for excitement. But yeah, it is, it's actually kind of adorable to see her suddenly get excited over the prospect of having her own money, even just because it's hers and then she can buy things, as opposed to, basically the infinite purchasing power she had before. So it's actually, Rudy is one of those people who he's starting to get it. He doesn't quite get people yet, but he's already kind of showing how much of a natural teacher he is. Because if you, those of you who've read the books, remember, after the series, he ends up becoming a teacher. That's what he does. Yeah, and that's true. Is that books were expensive were very expensive until the invention of the printing press, which does not exist. Well, because books until the printing press, the only way to get a new book would be to handwrite it, which that's gonna take a lot of time. And yeah, again, once they invented the printing press, and that's also when newspapers started to become like a regular thing, because suddenly it became feasible to produce a lot of paper without a lot of expense. And that's true. And I will say the printing press and things like that also encouraged literacy. So, yeah. I mean, back in medieval, if you were a medieval peasant, you were almost never going to be able to read. All you would ever really need was like you you probably need to know numbers, and that's about it, and be able to do very basic math just so you can give proper change. So like when else would you even need to read? And that's a pretty cool introduction to Perugius's fortress. I like that. Calls her fucking Raiden. That's funny. Perugius. Okay, and that's one of the disadvantages that a lot of visual media has is it's hard to set up certain things because you have to kind of dedicate specific time for it. So they didn't really set up the existence of that story in the way that the book did, because the book's just kind of at one in the introduction to everything, where Rudy was kind of explaining in the narration how his how the world is, how just everything is kind of progressing and what he's learning. He mentions, oh, these are the books that we have in the house, and he mentions the Legend of Perugius, and that's one of those things. So that when it comes back later in this moment, he's like, oh, that's that thing that was introduced in the last book. Whereas here they didn't do that, but I think it makes sense that they didn't, because they would have had to actually dedicate a specific portion of a 22-minute episode runtime to it. So it doesn't really work. Yeah. So and the consequence of that is, so one of the issues, that one of the things with world building, what you got to do is, to be an effective, when you're writing, to effectively world build, and you want to introduce a certain thing that becomes relevant to the story, the best way to do it is what's called repeated use, where if you see something existing in an unimportant capacity, it starts to feel like a regular part of the world, so that when it becomes important, it's like you're taking something that's already there and using it for the story, as opposed to, again, when you're adapting to a film or TV, it can kind of skip over that setup, and now you get this where it just kind of feels like this is something that was inserted at that point for this reason. So it's one of those things where that's one of the reasons I prefer text-based media, because it's a good writer is able to do that all the time. Whereas, again, you're limited by run times, every second you dedicate to something costs money. I get why you'd skip over it, but it's one of those things that it's less effective world building than I tend to like. Although, again, just because it is that way doesn't mean that book writers always utilize that too. Like, I grew up as just the right age for everyone to be obsessed with Harry Potter. And so I read the books, I watched the movies, really liked them. I still find them enjoyable. That being said, J.K. Rowling loved to just kind of come up with something whenever it was convenient. And going back and rereading them nowadays, when I am much more knowledgeable about writing than I was at the time, it does kind of annoy me nowadays. But yeah, so, world building is something that it's not easy, but it's important. Yeah, and that's pretty much my impression of it so far as well. I am really liking what I'm seeing, and I probably wouldn't have as many complaints if I watched it first. But the light novel goes into so much detail that it's yeah, that's there's so much stuff that gets skipped over. Although that also just tends to be the case whenever I'm looking at an adaptation of something, because most adaptations tend to not be as good as the source material. Not always, but most of the time. And it's just one of those things where it would be hard to really do in an anime what Mushoku Tensei does in the books. Especially though, I really am disappointed in the fact that, uh, yeah, I'm generally also disappointed that they don't do the thing in the books where they replay scenes from a different perspective, because I thought that was just really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'll say I haven't read very many light novels specifically. Actually, I'm pretty sure the only ones I've like really read are Mushoku Tensei. So I mean, because like I've been reading novels for most of my life. So Mushoku Tensei was my first real dive into light novels. Although I am currently, I mean, I haven't. I started reading Redo of Healer recently. I mean, I read the beginning of the web novels, and then but that translation I don't like it. So I'm working on converting the light novels, at least what's translated so far, into an ebook format. But that's just takes time, and I just gotta get back to doing it. But yeah, I haven't read very many light novels. That'll be my second. But I also want to read more out there. I do want to read again some things like No Game No Life or ReZero. Like, yeah, it's a medium I'm not too familiar with, but I'm interested in exploring it. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll read something on stream one day. Yeah. Yeah. I do not have a VNDB profile, no. I just never bothered. And this scene is also funny. And of course the discordant horns in the background are really selling this. Yeah, and then this is one thing is I do tend to, in adaptations, I tend to complain about original scenes added, because a lot of times they're done in ways that don't quite make sense, because I think a lot of times adaptations are written by people who aren't as good writers as the original works. So when an additional scene is inserted into it, they a lot of times feel like a reduction in quality. But this one I think is funny, and I'm willing to give it a pass. and I mean, just look at this, and he freaks out. Yeah. Okay. Oh, did he work on it again? I have not looked into anything, but yeah. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay. And then the music becomes ominous, and you gotta love how she's able to figure out that it's not something good. It's just a funny scene. I like it. Yeah, yeah, but this is also another nice little way of just showcasing how Rudy, I mean Eris, is getting less violent than she was before. Because you remember, like the first thing she did after slapping him, and Rudy slapped her back, was she just punched him in the face and sent him flying. And then she proceeded to beat the crap out of him for a while, and then she started once she started to like him, she still hit him, but like it was just like an open-handed slap, not anything particularly devastating. And now she's devolved from that to tickling, which is, just less violent than you would think of from Eris. And yeah, then that's a nice way to close things off. Yeah, so honestly, so when it comes to Eris, I do like her introduction in the anime. I think they're handling it pretty well. Again, there's always going to be the case of that I prefer the books, and it's almost probably unfair of me to continuously compare the books to the show. But I think the way they handled Eris so far is probably a little bit better than they handled like Roxy and Sylphie. Let's see. Do we ever see the internal thoughts? I don't know. I know she verbally says as much in I know she at one point actually like physically talks about it in the light novels. But I don't know if we ever actually get something from her perspective that makes you, because I know like one of the times is the fact that Rudy beat her with his, I mean it wasn't even necessarily with magic that he beat her, it was because he beat her with the fact that he beat her without magic by using his future sight. And that's one thing that also just really humbled her and said, "Holy shit, I need to be better." And that was kind of both good and bad because it drove her to become a Sword King, but also, caused that entire impotence arc that kind of fucked with Rudy's head. But I don't know. I think Eris is a great character. I think she's got a lot going for her, and it doesn't hurt that her animated nature makes her exciting and just causes things to happen in her presence, which is great for holding an audience's interest. And of course, she's also going to kick off the first full arc of the show because we're not even done with the prologue yet. But yeah, I am very interested to see how they'll handle her, especially towards the end of the Demon Continent arc. And how they'll kind of handle a lot of her very nuanced and subtle areas of growth, because she does kind of mature in her own way a lot in ways that aren't always immediately obvious. I'm just curious as to how the anime handles that. But I mean, with all that, I got through things a little bit faster today than yesterday, but I think that's where we're gonna call it for today. So I was going for 3 episodes, and we did 3 episodes. So uh, I guess that's where we're gonna hang things up for this week. Yeah, next week is going to be happening, same time, 9 a.m. Eastern next Sunday, and we're going to be going through to episode 9. Our No, I think it's 11 episodes for the first season, so I might see if next week like we can really push it to try to get to the end of the season. Just because that would be a weird stopping point otherwise, but we'll see. I'll see how things work out. But in any case, I appreciate everyone for showing up, for chatting, or for lurking, whatever you guys want to do. I appreciate you being here. I had a good time. I have enjoyed letting Mushoku Tensei live rent-free in my head, and it's good to see that I'm also not the only one that applies to. But that's all there's going to be for today. Thank you again for showing up, and I will see you guys next week.